All rise for the arrival of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic.
The 39th session of the Senate in the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Today we will be led in prayer by distinguished Majority Floor Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva. So let's put ourselves in the presence of the Lord.
Thank you, Mr. President. Heavenly Father, we come into your throne, humbling ourselves, knowing without you we can do nothing. Apart from you, we are nobody. But if you are with us, no one and nothing, no circumstances here on earth can be against us. Today, as we open our session, we ask for the forgiveness of our sins, in words, in thoughts, and in deeds. Allow us to be cleansed by your holy blood shed in Calvary, and help us as we come into you, humbling ourselves, and pray for today's session. Today is our last session of the year, and we wanted to thank you for everything you have done to all of us, for this institution, for our families, for the blessing of life, for the more than 2,500 bills that we filed here in the Senate, especially those that became laws. May they continue to be an instrument to make our country prosperous and a better place to live. We also pray, Lord Jesus, for the Senate General Assembly and the Christmas party tonight. May our gathering be an opportunity also for all of us to come together and unite in our shared purpose, and that is to serve you and the best interests of our people, the Filipino people. We also pray for the vulnerable and marginalized in our society, our sick brothers and sisters, and those who are deprived of liberty and away from their family and loved ones. May this Christmas season bring them comfort, healing, and the warmth of hope. We love you and praise you as we again commend into your hands everything that we are, everything that we will be. We love you, Lord Jesus, and we carefully give back to you all the glory, all the honor and praise. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Everybody agree and say amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Session suspended for a minute. Majority Leader. Before we recognize the Majority Leader, we'd like to ask the Secretary to please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 22 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we continue, especially with third reading, Mr. President, for today, we'd just like to acknowledge some guests from the gallery, guests of our colleague, Senator Angara, mayors of Aurora Province, Mayor Ariel Bitong, Mayor Sherwin Taay, Mayor Relt Ronan Angara, Mayor Danilo Tolentino, and Mayor Ariel De Jesus. We welcome all of them, Mr. President, in
Yes,
this
all the
August chamber.
mayors from Aurora, welcome to the Senate. I hope that all your roads are already cemented with the chairman of the Committee on Finance. Cemented lang, huwag marble, kasi kung marble yan, magkaka-aksidente.
Also with us, Mr. President, are mayors from Misamis Occidental, guests of Senator Bato de la Rosa, Mayor Juniper Roa, Mayor Hanea Yapchong, Mayor Luisito Villanueva Jr., Mayor Emeterio Roa Jr., Mayor Bertoldo Moralon Jr., Mayor Joselito Chong, Mayor Andrea Gutierrez, Mayor Miriam Pailaga, Mayor Godwin Handumon, Mayor Donji Animas, Mayor Delio Lood, Mayor Samuel Parihinog, Mayor Sabiniano Canama, and Mayor Lemuel Acosta. We also have with us Mayor Colin Reyes and Councilor Christian Pamo of Mabini, Pangasinan, guest of Senator Revilla.
Yes, welcome to the Senate, all the public servants from the different parts of the country. Welcome to your Senate. Maybe
Thank
we
you
can ask
very
for a minute
much.
session
Third reading.
to calm everyone down.
Can we ask for, can we appeal to our
A
colleagues at the
session
back,
suspended for 1 minute.
Mr. President?
Yes, we'd like, as mentioned by the Majority Floor Leader, we'd like to ask our re-electionist to please sit down. On our re-electionist.
Again, Mr. President, we are appealing to our colleagues, especially at the back. We will wait. We will continue to wait, Mr. President. Yes, maybe we will, yes, we can start now, Mr. President. Mr. President, the following are resolutions on treaties that require the concurrence of this August chamber as provided under the Constitution. First is the double taxation agreement between Brunei Darussalam and the Philippines, and about the social security between the Philippines and Korea. Mr. President, the parliamentary status of both resolutions is that we have approved the same on second reading. On that note, Mr. President, with the consent of the body and upon consultation with the minority leader, I move to suspend the rules of the Senate, in particular, Rule 36, Section 101, in order to proceed with the approval on third reading of both resolutions. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
be no objection to the motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we vote on third reading on proposed Senate Resolution number 790. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, we ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure and proceed with the roll call vote.
Resolution concurring in the ratification of the agreement between the Government of the Republic of the Philippines and the Government of His Majesty the Sultan and Yang di Pertuan of Brunei Darussalam for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. With 22 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, and 0 abstentions, Senate Resolution number 790 is hereby ratified as it is and concurred as we have reached the number over 2/3 vote of the
Thank you
Senate.
very much, Mr. President. Again, we congratulate our chairperson, Senator Amy Marcos. Mr. President, there's one more, and with the consent of the body, I move that we vote on third reading on proposed Senate Resolution number 878. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to proceed to read the title and the roll call vote.
Resolution concurring in the ratification of the Agreement on Social Security between the Government of the Republic of the Philippines and the Government of the Republic of Korea. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 22 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, proposed Senate Resolution number 878 is concurred. We concur with the ratification.
Thank you very much,
of the
Mr.
said
President.
measure.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
May we ask that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Amy Marcos.
Our
No,
distinguished
merely
colleague, Senator
to
Amy
thank
Marcos.
you, Mr. President, Majority Leader, and my colleagues for the passage, the very quick passage of both treaties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we appreciate the Christmas colors you're wearing today for our Christmas party tonight.
At sabi nga po ng ating sponsor, magandang pamaskong handog ng Senado sa ating mga OFWs.
Yes, absolutely.
And so it is, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There being no objection, we ask Secretary to proceed with the reference of business.
Bill on first reading, Senate number 2512, defining the crime of subornation of perjury and amending for the purpose Act number 3815 as amended, otherwise known as the Revised Penal Code. Senator Ontiveros.
For the Committees on Justice and Human Rights.
Resolution, proposed Senate Resolution 885, directing the Committee on Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs to conduct an inquiry on the alleged irregularities and complaints of the Cuyonon indigenous people surrounding the renewal of Malampaya Service Contract number 38 and the 30 June 2023 selection process on the indigenous people's mandatory representative in Palawan. Senator Padilla.
For the Committees on Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs.
Committee reports. Committee Report 178, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House Number 6579, introduced by Representative Fresnedi et al., entitled An Act Creating 5 Additional Branches of the RTC in the National Capital Judicial Region, to be stationed in the city of Muntinlupa and appropriating funds therefore. Amending for the purpose Section 14 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended, recommending its approval with amendments. Sponsor, Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report 179, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House Number 6580, introduced by Representative Loyola, an act creating 2 additional branches of the RTC in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Silang, Cavite, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14E of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129 as amended, recommending its approval with amendments. Sponsor, Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report 180, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House Number 6581, introduced by Representative Olivares, an act creating 3 additional branches of the MTC in the National Capital Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Parañaque, Metro Manila, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 27 of BP 129 as amended, recommending its approval with amendments, sponsored Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report 181, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House Number 6585 by Representative Palma et al., anak creating 6 additional branches of the RTC in the 9th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Diplahan, province of Zamboanga, Sibugay, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14J of BP 129 as amended, recommending its approval with amendments, sponsored Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report 182, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House Number 6586, introduced by Representative Roque et al., anak creating 3 additional branches of the RTC in the 10th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Valencia, province of Bukidnon, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14K of BP 129 as amended, recommending its approval with amendments, Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report 180, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House Number 6587 by Representative Romualdez Y.M., anak creating 4 additional branches of the RTC in the 8th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Tacloban, province of Leyte, appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14I of BP 129 as amended, recommending its approval with amendments. Sponsor, Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report 184 by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House Number 6588, introduced by Representative Mariano Hernandez, entitled Anak creating 12 additional branches of the RTC in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in Los Baños and the city of Cabuyao, province of Laguna, and 1 additional branch of the MTC in cities in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in Cabuyao, province of Laguna, appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14E and Section 29 of BP 129 as amended, recommending its approval with amendments, sponsored Senator Tolentino.
For the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report 185, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House Number 6589, introduced by Representative Duterte et al., anak creating 11 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 11th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Davao and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 29 of BP 129 as amended, recommending its approval with amendments, sponsored Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report 186, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Trade, Commerce and Entrepreneurship, Ways and Means, and Finance on Senate Number 2513 with Senators Zubiri, Villar C., Villanueva, Legarda, Gatchalian, Lapid, Estrada, Revilla Jr., and Villar M. as authors, entitled Anak Institutionalizing the Bamboo Industry Development in the Philippines and Appropriating Funds therefore, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Number 605, 615, 1044, 1118, 1145, 1552, 2172, and 2358. Taking into consideration House Number 7941, sponsored Senator Villar M.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report 187, jointly by the Committees on Sports and Finance on Senate Number 2514 with Senators Go, Zubiri, and Villanueva as authors. Anak expanding and institutionalizing the Philippine National Games and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Numbers 423 and 2408, taking into consideration House Number 8468, sponsored Senator Go.
For the calendar of ordinary business.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we continue, may I just acknowledge some guests from the gallery, guests of Senator Pimentel, our minority leader, Mayor Victor Samama of Datu Piang, Maguindanao del Sur. We also have with us guests of Senate President Zubiri, LGU officials of San Fernando, Bukidnon, led by Mayor Rogelio Yeki.
Mayor,
Welcome all of them,
to
Mr.
the two
President.
mayors, welcome to the Senate. My kababayans from Mindanao.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2449 under Committee Report number 137. This is the bill on the organizational reforms in the Philippine National Police. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motions approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are still in the period of interpellations and debate. And so with the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, and to continue with this interpellation, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III. So
Our
moved, Mr. President.
distinguished sponsor, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, is recognized, and to interpolate, our distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Majority Leader. Daghang salamat, Mr. President. Thank you. And with the permission of our sponsor, if we can continue with our interpellation, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Yeah, yesterday, Mr. President, I think we finished section 5 of the bill. Page 14, Mr. President. So we will continue with our section by section review of the bill, Mr. President. And, can I bring His Honor's attention to section 7 of the bill, page 17, which amends or inserts a new section 30-A. May we know what is the new idea, Mr. President, of our new section 30-A?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. President, currently, the status of the PNP cadets they're just mere job orders, Mr. President, job orders. Unlike the cadets of the Philippine Military Academy, they are appointed as regular members of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. But our police cadets from the Philippine National Police Academy, they are just mere job orders. And pag may nangyari during their training, Mr. President, kawawa yung mga parents. Halimbawa, may namatay during the training, wala talagang matanggap because job orders lang sila. Ngayon, in our bill, gagawin natin silang meron silang appointment, but albeit only temporary, subject to renewal every year. Kapag nakapasa sila for the current year, next year, i-renew na naman sila. Kasi kung gawin nating permanent, ang problema dyan is baka, yun nga, hindi sila makapasa sa kanilang mga academic and other scholastic requirements, then hindi marirenew yung kanilang appointment. But at least they are appointed to the government, Mr. President.
Do they hold the rank, Mr. President?
Their rank is only police cadet, Mr. President.
Police cadet is a rank, not a position.
It's a position. It's a position, but they have their corresponding ranks within the cadet corps, but this is not part of the regular structure of the Philippine National Police. So whether you are a third-class cadet, a fourth-class cadet, third-class cadet, second-class cadet, or first-class cadet, still your status is your status is a police cadet, and you don't have rank commensurate to that of the regular ranks of the Philippine National Police.
Meron kasi tayong last sentence, Mr. President. Police cadets shall be entitled to all salaries, benefits, and other emoluments given to a police executive master sergeant. So,
Yes, but-
did we mention the rank just for the salaries, but they are not given that rank?
You're correct, Mr. President. Just to give emphasis na yung kanilang sweldo, their emoluments are equivalent to that of the police executive master sergeant, but they are not holding such rank, Mr. President. Just like the PMA cadets, their salaries are is pegged between a master sergeant and a second lieutenant. So yan ang status ng PMA cadet. So kinopyan na lang rin natin ito, Mr. President, from the...
So sa PMA, Mr. President, wala ring rank ang ating mga PMA cadets?
Walang rank as far as the AFP rank
Yes.
structure is concerned. Wala po, Mr. President. Kundi cadet lang ang nakalagay doon.
Okay. Kasi sa ranking natin sa police, the lowest rank would be a patrolman/patrolwoman, Mr. President.
Correct, Mr.
And
President.
then our cadets will get the salaries and benefits of a police executive master sergeant, which is just below a police lieutenant, Mr. President. Mataas.
Yes, correct.
And
That's
yet,
correct.
rank-wise, the cadet is lower than the patrolman, patrolwoman.
Not really, Mr. President. They just don't have that rank in the regular structure of the Philippine National Police. But yun nga, salary-wise, doon sila papasok sa in-between police lieutenant and police executive master sergeant. So,
In between or exactly a police executive master sergeant?
exactly the same. The same with the police executive master sergeant. Given to a police executive master sergeant. So,
So, ano po to? This will be sufficient basis for the DBM to release amounts for the salaries and benefits and other emoluments to cadets who do not have the rank of Police Executive Master Sergeant. Okay po yan? Okay na po ito? Na-test na po ba ito in its implementation, Mr. President?
yes, it is existing right now, Mr. President. Pinapractice na yan ng DBM, yung pagbibigay ng salary nila na equivalent to Police Executive Master Sergeant. So, no salary adjustments, just plain institutionalizing this system, Mr. President, through legislation.
In the earlier interpellation, I think the sponsor mentioned that we have at least 1,000, around 1,000 PNP cadets.
Correct, Mr. President.
PNPA cadets.
1,150.
1,100.
As of the moment, Mr. President, but it varies year to year, depending on the enrollees, number of enrollees.
So ito pong ating new section 30-A, what would be the budgetary implication of this section, Mr. President?
There is none, Mr. President, because so far, as we speak, the same salary is being, the same emoluments being given to the cadets.
So ginagawa na.
Ginagawa na po,
So,
Mr.
but,
President.
do we know what is our budget for the PNPA cadets? For salaries, benefits, and other emoluments. Not for the running of the academy, Mr. President.
But, para sa buong cadet corps, saan to? Saan? Kasama na ito mga staff. Cadet lang. Mr. President, the total budget for the salaries of the PNPA cadets, Mr. President, is 810,871,000 pesos, Mr. President. 810 million for the year 2024.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pero our sponsor mentioned earlier that sa ngayon job order sila. So, and yet we budget-wise we are spending the same, or we will be spending the same even if we pass section 30-A. So ano po actual na, so earnings-wise no effect on our cadets. So it is just the status of their employment, Mr. President.
Correct, Mr. President.
Ano sa practical terms, anong effect sa buhay ng kadete po nun?
Well, for benefits purposes, Mr. President, they will be entitled to such benefits as that of the regular members of the Philippine National Police.
So sa ngayon, hindi.
Sa ngayon, hindi. Ngayon, hindi, Mr. President.
So there will be a budget implication, Mr. President. Kasi kung sa ngayon, let us assume sa ngayon, job order sila, 810 million na, wala pa palang benefits yun. Kung maging with the rank of Police Executive Master Sergeant, that is the base, the rank to be based, to be used as base, Mr. President, there should be a budget implication, Mr. President.
The only for the death and disability, Mr. President, yun lang po ang magiging additional
Okay.
budgetary requirements kung meron mang mamatay na kadete, Mr. President, during the training. The death and disability.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, Mr. President.
Sa history po ng PNPA, kumusta naman po ang ating mga deaths and then cases of siguro mga permanent disability po itong pinag-uusapan natin, Mr. President?
So far, historically, Mr. President, the latest casualty that resulted to death during training of the PMA cadet was, we have only one death incident
Swimming.
in the year 2020.
Swimming. Sa swimming
20,
practice.
20 and 21. So, dalawa na. Tag-isa-isa, Mr. President. Sa 2020, isa.
Isa.
2021, isa.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. President. Wala namang death due to hazing, Mr. President.
So far, wala, Mr. President.
But still they're hazing, Mr. President.
The PNP administration is very strict about hazing, Mr. President. Binabantayan na po nila.
Thank you. Di ba yung sa ating sa propose natin na reform of the MUP system, ang ating developing consensus dito ay new entrants lamang yung maapektuhan. Okay. Pag i-apply natin sa PNP po yun, who is the new entrant, Mr. President? The first year PNPA cadet, student, or the graduate of the PNPA? Who is the new entrant, Mr. President?
Graduate? Sure ka? It's the graduate, Mr. President. The graduate is the new entrant.
Siguro i-review natin yung Mr. President kasi tinatrato na natin yung mga kadete na with salaries, benefits, and other emoluments of Police Executive Master Sergeant. And I believe that the 4 years nila sa PNPA Academy would be counted towards their service, years of service, Mr. President. Di ba?
Yes, we can review that, Mr.
Yes, Mr.
President.
President.
I think we can review that. But of course, binibigyan lang natin ng kunting paluwag itong kadete because nga yung kanilang status is temporary, not permanent
yes.
status.
Okay.
So once they swear in after graduation, once they take their oath of office as police lieutenants, that is already the regular appointment, Mr. President. So diyan na mag-start yung kanilang
Thank you. That's yun na.
Deduction. Oh, thank you.
Yun na yung new entrant.
new entrant. Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. I've been clarified, Mr. President. Mr. President, may good news kasi tayo. Na-solve na daw yung pamamaril sa bus na 2 ang naging biktima. Tama o mali? Nabasa ko po sa pahayagan.
So, may balita dyan.
Check nyo nga. Check nyo nga sa news.
If my mic is on. Yes, I also watched in the news. Nahuli na yung isa out of the
Isa. Nahuli na daw isa, Mr. President. So, okay. Good news yun. Good news. Pinupuri ko lang po ang ating PNP. Ang tanong ko po ganito. Sa pagsolusyon, kahit hindi na banggitin yung pangalan ng suspect because still presumed innocent po yun. Sa pagsolusyon sa krimen na yon, Mr. President, kasi importante talaga masolve ang mga crimes. That's the only way magkaroon ng deterrent effect ang criminal laws natin. Kailangan mapakita ng pulis, nasusolve. Kasi kung hindi nasusolve, diba? Kahit i-triple life sentence po yan, walang nasusolve. Nothing po yan. Yung pong krimen na yon, sa tingin natin ay nasolusyonan na ng pulis, nakahuli na ng isang suspect. Paano po nakatulong yung structure ng PNP sa pag-solve ng krimen na yon?
Well, the PNP operates as an hierarchical organization, Mr. President. So orders are being given from the top to bottom. So once the Chief PNP said that you have to use all your available resources to solve this particular case, then it goes down the line, Mr. President. So yung pinakamababa na operative, nasa utak niya palagi yan. Aside from considering that case to be their liability, na kailangan talaga na isolve yan, meron pang additional na instructions, additional pressure coming from the Chief PNP or from the regional director. So the more na magsusumikap yung ating mga kapulisan na magampanan yung kailang trabaho, Mr. President.
Sa structure po ng PNP, sinong pupuriin natin? Sige. Let us give credit where credit is due. Where is the credit first due, Mr. President?
Well, ang ginawa kasi no, Mr. President, ay nagkaroon sila ng fusion. Fusion of intelligence fusion, plus with the cooperation, with the help of the technical technical expertise of the crime lab. So, ang nagbuo nitong task group na who is going after this suspects, Mr. President, is of course the regional director, Mr. President. The regional director was the one who formed the task force.
Okay, so primarily the work of the regional director, may mga directorates ba na involved? May mga support units ba na involved? May mga special police offices ba na involved? May deputies ba na involved? Pwede natin bigyan ng kredito sa pag-solve ng krimen na ito?
Yes, Mr. President, the deputy regional director for operations is on top of the situation, Mr. President. Aside from the regional director himself, as the one who gave the instructions to form the task force, ang nagsusupervise nito is the deputy director, the deputy regional director for operations, Mr. President. So deputy siya.
So from the response of our sponsor, more or less hanggang regional level po ang dapat purihin po natin dito, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Pero may nabanggit po kayong mga crime lab eh. Ano po itong crime lab? Is it a support unit or a special police office?
It is a national support, national operational support unit, Mr. President.
That is based in Camp Crame.
Meron tayong down the line, down the regions, meron tayong crime lab, Mr. President. So, yung crime lab ng region na yun ang tinap ng regional director. Because all these national operational support units at the regional level are under the operational control of the regional director of the police regional office. So, very vast yung power ng RD na he can mobilize all the existing national operational support units and national administrative support units within his region, within his area of responsibility, Mr. President.
Yes, so kaya sa PNP organization pala, meron tayong mga redundancies or dual or sometimes maybe even more than two jurisdictions o supervision. Kasi yung ating operational support unit na nakabase sa region would be under the regional director and yet under din siya sa deputy chief for operations. Tama po ba yan?
As we go up the ladder of organization, Mr. President, meron niyang line of authority, Mr. President. May linya yan na sinusunod hanggang sa pinakataas.
So thank you, Mr. President. Ang importante, tine-check lang natin yung that there should be no inefficiency, no confusion. At this particular case, kung na-solve, that means we have been efficient, and very clear. Yung isa po, yung isang kaso naman ng Vice Mayor ng Cagayan Valley na na-ambush naman sa Nueva Vizcaya, bakit hindi pa po ma-solve yun, Mr. President?
I was able to talk to one of the members of the task force, Mr. President, lately. And he told me there are good, positive developments as far this case is concerned. Nangyari lang is medyo nahirapan talaga sila. But then again, because of the directive coming from the Chief PNP and also the pressure coming from the Senate, particularly the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, ay talaga nagsumikap sa Mr. President. Meron daw talagang magandang development and we hope na cases will be filed against the mastermind. Sabi nila pwede na malink ang mastermind as of now, then pwede na sigurong
Mr. President, kaya ko natanong niya, kasi kung na-solve natin yung killer sa bus, sa nangyari naman yata sa Nueva Ecija yon, si Regional Director nag-form ng task force, si Deputy Regional Director ang on top, nagamit lahat ng mga operational support units, etc. Pwede bang kopyahin yan? Pwede bang kopyahin yung sistema na yun for that Nueva Vizcaya incident, Mr. President?
Actually, Mr. President, nasa template na po yan nila ng PNP, yung gano'n. Pag merong sensational crime na nangyayari, gagawa kagad sila ng SITG, Special Investigation Task Group, which happened doon sa kaso ng mayor ng Nueva Vizcaya na binaril sa inambos sa Nueva Vizcaya at saka ito nangyari ngayon sa namamaril sa loob ng bus.
SITG.
But each case has its own peculiarity, Mr. President, and its own challenges. So kaya nangyari yan na medyo nauna ito hindi pa. So may makayang challenges, Mr. President. But the dedication of the PNP personnel handling these cases remain constant, Mr. President.
In both cases na ginagamit natin na examples, klaro clear ang delineation ng function, yung delegation of the responsibilities, klaro. Dito ba sa Nueva Ecija, kasi baka klaro kaya na-solve nila agad, baka naman dito sa isa, nagkagulo-gulo, may overlap, may nagki-question kung sino may jurisdiction, etc. That is actually my question, Mr. President.
Actually, there's none, Mr. President.
Okay.
As far as what we heard during our hearing, very clear yung delineation of functions, very clear yung fusion of efforts. So, wala po tayo nakita ang ganun, Mr. President. Except na meron lang talagang medyo
yung
mga challenges.
Peculiarity ng case. Siyempre,
Peculiarity
yes,
ng case.
alam po natin yun, iba-iba yun.
Yes,
Kasi doon sa bus, may video May
Yes,
video. So, pwedeng we could recognize the face of the perpetrators or the faces of the perpetrators, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Mr. President.
Doon sa Nueva Vizcaya, kung meron man video, malayo Mr. President. Siguro isang concern lang, Mr. President, every budget season, raise ko ito yung sa isabong ba yun? Yung nag-disappear, Mr. President. The missing isabongeros, 9 incidents involving 30 plus people. Police claims to have solved 2 to 3 of the incidents, but still 6 to 7 of the incidents are unsolved. I mean, medyo, is the problem with our organization or is the problem with the peculiarity of the crime, Mr. President?
Well, still, peculiarity of the crime, Mr. President, talagang we can say na napakagaling nung gumawa ng krimen na kahit maliit na trace man lang para magkakaroon tayo ng lead for the recovery of the possible recovery of the remains of those 36. Wala talaga, Mr. President, napakagawa. But at least, Mr. President, because of the Senate Committee's investigation, it resulted to the arrest of the following suspects, Mr. President. Ilang security guards? 10 security guards na, Mr. President, ay nakakulong ngayon, facing charges, at saka yung police, Merong 5 PNP personnel, 5 pulis nakakulong ngayon facing charges, Mr. President. Former, sabi nila, former police officer daw, dahil dismiss na. Dating police.
No, but when they committed the crime, police?
Police sila, police.
Or hindi naman pala committed. When they alleged allegation pa lang ito, di ba? Hindi pa naman sila convicted po, Mr. President.
Hindi pa convicted,
Yes,
Mr. President, pero
Well, unfortunately, hindi ko lubos maisip why would security guards and policemen cause the disappearance of sabong players who were gaming the system. I mean, what is that to them? Mapahiya sila because they are there to physically secure the place, but hindi naman to physical disturbance. This is actually a fraud about the game, about the betting. Is that the concern of the security guard? Is that the concern of the police? That somebody is able to game the betting system? Mapapahiya sila kung may namaril dun sa area. Physical, kasi physical commotion yun. Physical, yun ang kanilang job. But to game the system, I don't think that is... I don't think security guards were hired to make sure na walang nakakadaya sa betting, Mr. President.
well, if somebody is promising them monetary consideration, Mr. President, then maybe that will happen. The motive,
Yes,
the motive is money.
Yes.
Yeah.
So are we stopping at the level of the security guards?
No, Mr. President, still it's ongoing. Inihintay na lang, Mr. President, na babaligtad itong mga security guard at ituturo nila yung mastermind. Malaking bagay na po yan at mapipindown yung mastermind, Mr. President. Other than the testimonial evidence na pwede natin makuha doon, yung ibang physical evidence talaga, Mr. President, ay medyo very challenging on the part of the investigators as of now.
Yung mga best investigators po ng PNP, interrogators, who will limit their actions to within lawful parameters, Mr. President? Saan mahanap po yan na directorate ng or unit ng PNP? Sa structure po, saan mahanap?
Well, it is, we can find the best investigators of the PNP within the Criminal Investigation and Detection Group, Mr. President. Isa yung National Operational Support Unit that conducts criminal investigation, Mr. President, especially high-profile cases.
So what then is the function of the Directorate for Investigation and Detective Management, Mr. President?
It is, it collates all the efforts being done by the CIDG and other investigative units of the PNP. Lahat na, yung police regional offices, provincial offices, lahat ng kanilang data, Mr. President, goes up to the level of the Directorate for Investigation and Detective Management, Mr. President.
Who reminds our investigators to keep their methods within lawful means, Mr. President? What unit or directorate or office in the PNP?
I think it's the IDM, Mr. President, Directorate for Intelligence, for Investigation and Detective Management.
Sila
Mr.
po, yan
President.
po. So training, so sila po nag-iisip ng mga training ng ating mga investigador.
And also we have a special office, Mr. President. We call it HRAW, Human Rights Affairs Office. This is going around all the provincial and the regional offices, reminding our people, reminding them about the observance of
Paano po sila rini-remind? Memo or face-to-face na may mga lecture?
Aside from memos, there are physical lectures being conducted by HRAW, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the more we are appreciating the structure, the organization of the PNP, yung mga special police officers.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for the inputs from our former chief, the best person to sponsor this bill, Mr. President. Wala nang iba.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Kundi our hardworking chairman of the Public Order Committee. Mr. President, we will now move on page 17 na tayo, section 8, section 30, which amends section 31 of RA 6975 as amended. Ang bago po nating words na pinasok sa 31A is the power to appoint by the APC Commander for APC personnel, Director of National Support Units for National Support Unit personnel. So, ano pong example nitong appointees ng Director of National Support Unit, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the appointment of the officers and members of the PNP shall be effected in the following manner. Patrolman, patrolwoman to Police Executive Master Sergeant appointed by the PNP Regional Director for Regional Director for Regional Personnel.
Yes.
APC Commander for APC Personnel, Director of National Support Units for National Support Units, and by the Chief of the PNP for the National Headquarters. Meaning, Mr. President, itong lahat ng mga appointments ng mga non-officers, yung mga patrolman, patrolwoman nagsimula, hanggang executive master sergeant, ang nagbibigay po ng appointment orders nito ay the level of the regional directors lang, APC, or yung NUSO or NASO. Unlike the officers, it should be the level of the Chief PNP. Chief PNP nagbibigay ng appointment, Mr. President.
Yes, before the amendment, Mr. President, ang appointment nila by the regional director for regional personnel, or by the chief of the PNP for the national headquarters personnel, and attested by the Civil Service Commission. Inamend natin, dinagdagan natin for the APC commander at saka si Director of National Support Units.
Yes, Mr. President, to make it clear that the EPC has certain powers. Dahil this is a new creation, this unit is a new creation as far as this particular law is concerned. So, kinlaro natin, Mr. President.
So thank you, Mr. President. No, please notice the last phrase attested by the Civil Service Commission. So, are there complaints about this attestation from the Civil Service Commission that it is causing delay? Dito po sa mga posisyon sa patrolman, patrolwoman to Police Executive Master Sergeant? Because we are retaining the attestation from the Civil Service Commission. Sino ba laman ng attestation?
Mr. President, indeed, it is true that merong mga delay. But kaya natin tinanggal yun, Mr. President, dahil nga...
Hindi natin tinatanggal, sir.
Ha?
We are not removing it. Page 17, line 30. We are not removing it.
17 and 30. Okay. Sorry, Mr. President. I am so advanced.
Yes,
Page 17.
Darating po yung question doon. Kaya linuluto ko pa po yung question doon.
Okay, Mr. President. Yeah.
So we are retaining this, Mr. President. No complaints tayo dito.
Yes, Mr. President. No complaints.
No complaints, no
Okay.
delays, no complaints of delays being caused.
May delays, Mr.
Okay,
President.
but not enough to complain and not enough to propose the deletion of the attestation from the Civil Service Commission.
Although we have complaints, Mr. President, but we cannot do otherwise because it is a constitutional power of the Civil Service Commission to provide attestation to these all civil servants. First, for first and second level.
Where is that qualification found, Mr. President? Na ang constitutional power niya hanggang first and second levels only.
For a while, Mr. President.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Hindi, anong role ng civil service sa Constitution sa Because ano tinitignan niya? Ano yung mga qualification niya? Found in sa law yan, sa law. Ano kanya sa law, diba? Sa requirements.
Sir, ito sir, may definition siya, attested appointment. Refers to the appointment form.
Saan to galing? Anong law to?
Ito is called apos.
Pero anong, okay. Pero meron yung binigay sa akin.
Galing sa civil service ito.
Ay, yung nasa WhatsApp sir.
Mga ganun, ano ba yan? Pato, ano na tayo?
Yes.
We are now back in session.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes,
I already have the answer, Mr. President.
Yes, I think we were discussing because the sponsor mentioned the constitutional duty of the Civil Service Commission to involve itself in the appointments of civil servants. I think that is the main idea coming from the sponsor. Now, my question is, that is why there is this old rule of the attestation coming from the Civil Service Commission for appointments in the police, in the PNP, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. In line with that, Mr. President, the Civil Service Commission issued a resolution to the effect that the ones covered by the commission, by the Civil Service Commission, are those only first and second level government employees, excluding the third level employees from colonel and up, because they are presidential appointees, Mr. President. So they are not covered by the civil service.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. President. So now we now go to the police colonel and up, Mr. President.
Yes,
That's
Mr.
page 18, line 6, which is section 31, paragraph C. Dito po tayo, na-discuss natin ito kahapon na nagbabago tayo ng rule. Okay. Consciously, is that right, Mr. President? Consciously, that the committee really wanted to change the rule here, Mr. President, that the proper endorsement for these presidential appointees will now come from the chairman of the commission. And the commission means the NAPOLCOM.
Yes, Mr. President.
And the chairman is the Secretary of the Interior and Local Government, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Is this now the first time for the Secretary of the DILG to have a direct involvement in the running of the PNP or in the appointment of PNP officials or officers, Mr. President?
Well, in his capacity as the chairman of the National Police Commission, Mr. President, he has been doing that ever since.
Since when, Mr. President? And what would be the legal basis for? And what has he been doing, Mr. President? May we be clarified?
The endorsement, Mr. President, the endorsement of...
So, ibig sabihin, Mr. President, matagal na pala nating hindi ino-observe itong endorsement by the chairman of the Civil Service Commission?
Well, it has been observed, Mr. President, sabay sila, may endorsement coming from... Kaya nga sabi ko, kawawa ang PNP dahil ang daming nag-govern na agency, may NAPOLCOM na, may civil service pa. So mayroong endorsement ang civil service, mayroong ding endorsement ang NAPOLCOM, nanggagaling sa NAPOLCOM.
Yes, and our amendment will now do away with the endorsement from the civil service.
Yes, Mr. President.
Why did we have this in the first place, Mr. President, as a rule? Ano bang history nitong provision na ito? Bakit in-involve si civil service? Involved na siya sa attestation. Ang explanation po nating sponsor, levels 1 and 2, pagdating ng presidential appointees, hindi na in-involve si civil service sa attestation, pero involved pa rin siya as far as the police colonel and above are concerned in the endorsement, Mr. President. That is the current state of the law. And we want to do away with the involvement of the chairman of the Civil Service Commission. So may we know the rationale why we did this in the first place so that we will appreciate kung tama ba na alisin sa picture ang chairman of the Civil Service Commission.
Yes, Mr. President, because yun nga, according to the resolution coming from the civil service, itong mga third-level officers of the PNP are not covered by the civil service rules, being presidential appointees. So,
May we get the date, Mr. President, the resolution?
resolution is dated 10 August 2010, Mr. President.
August 10, 2010. But does that, so did the CAC in the year 2010, through that resolution, waive its role in the endorsement of police colonel and above, Mr. President?
1 minute suspension, Mr.
A
President.
minute suspension, Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. President,
Yes, yes.
I would like to answer the question, the historical background. Why was the civil service was involved in the endorsement? Mr. President, according to the Constitution, the Philippine National Police is a civilian in character, national in scope. So, nung lumabas yung RA 6975, it is our assumption na since the PNP is already a civilian in nature, civilian organization, kaya nilagay nila ito sa batas na ang endorsement ay dadaan sa civil service. But later on, lumabas yung mga Supreme Court ruling na ang third level hindi na dapat sakop ng civil service. So, kung hindi sila sakop sa mga attestation ng mga process, why involve them in the endorsement? So to simplify the process, dahil nga nagreklamo na yan ng mga kapulisan na talagang nagtatagal doon sa civil service dahil napakalaki po ang civil service na tinutukan ng komisyon. Mas minabuti na sana ibigay na itong power na ito sa NAPOLCOM. Dahil NAPOLCOM talaga nakatutok lang sa PNP.
Thank you, Mr. President. But allow me to read Article 9B, Section 2 of the 1987 Constitution, sa paragraph 1. The civil service embraces all branches, subdivisions, instrumentalities, and agencies of the government, including government-owned or controlled corporations with original charters. So, I believe that this definition of the civil service embraces includes the Philippine National Police, Mr. President. So, even the PNP general is a civil servant, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President,
So-
I agree. I agree with you, Mr. President. But I just would like to read also Article 6 of the General Provisions of the 1987 Constitution that states, the state shall establish and maintain one police force which shall be national in scope and civilian in character, to be administered and controlled by a national police commission. The authority of local executives over the police units and their jurisdiction shall be provided by law. So, to be administered and controlled by a national police commission, Mr. President, sinabi dito.
Yes, Mr. President. Nakita ko. So, we will. So either way, Mr. President, is the sponsor agreeing with this representation that either way it would be constitutional? If we retain the endorsement coming from the chairman of the Civil Service Commission, that would be constitutional. And if we amend, and now the endorsement should come from the chairman of the commission, which is the NAPOLCOM, that's also constitutional, Mr. President.
Yes, I agree, Mr. President, because both of them are covered by constitutional provisions.
And the reality on the ground now is that there are two endorsements for appointees of these high positions, Mr. President. Tama? The first endorsement comes from NAPOLCOM, and then the PNP still observes the existing law that the endorsement should also come from the chairman of the Civil Service Commission.
Correct, Mr. President. Correct.
So parang yung authority naman ng NAPOLCOM to endorse would be based on what law, Mr. President? Kasi wala siya rito, hindi siya klaro po rito sa Section 31 of RA 6975 as amended by RA 11200, Mr. President. Paragraph C, 31C, hindi siya, no mention of the NAPOLCOM po rito. So and yet in reality, nag-endorse na si NAPOLCOM. So may we know the legal basis of the actions of the NAPOLCOM?
Legal basis.
Pagkasalita, ipakita niyo sa akin agad. Kung sagot. Attestation lang.
Yeah, Mr. President, according to Section 5 of RA 8551, this is about the organization and composition of the National Police Commission. Section 6, Mr. President, the powers and functions of the Commission, subparagraph A, develop policies and promulgate a police manual prescribing rules and regulations for efficient organization, administration, and operation, including criteria for manpower allocation, distribution and deployment, recruitment, selection, promotion, and retirement of personnel, and the conduct of qualifying entrance and promotional examinations for uniformed members. So, may dagdag pa yan, Mr. President. Saan yun? Saan yung President? Ha?
So,
Ito, letter B, Mr. President, may dagdag pa. Advise the President on all matters involving police functions and administration. Subparagraph B of Section 5. Section 5.
So dyan po tayo, yan po ang mga legal provisions kung saan naka-anchor itong ating proposed amendment to Section 31, Paragraph C of RA number 6975 as amended by RA 11200. Yan po, dalawa.
Yes, Mr. President.
How come our proposed amendment now seeks the endorsement from the chairman of the commission and not from the commission? The commission is a collegial body, Mr. President.
Yes, I agree, Mr.
How
President.
many people, Mr. President?
We are going to amend this particular provision, Mr. President, and replace it with commission.
Okay.
Yeah. Nauna na po, naka-read na po yung ating amendment
okay
dyan,
po.
Mr. President.
So,
I read your mind, Mr. President.
so Napolcom. So, okay, the endorsement is now tanggalin na talaga ang involvement na ng CSC, but i-involve na po ang Napolcom as a collegial body, as a commission. Well, at any rate, Mr. President, sana I hope we got the parang position of the Civil Service Commission sana. Wala po, no? I asked this question before, wala eh. Wala eh.
We invited them during the hearing, Mr. President, but they don't interpose any objection as far as this particular measure is concerned. So wala po silang binigay na position paper objecting any particular provision of this measure, Mr. President. Diba wala sila?
Dito, pwede siya pasok dito sa promotion. Tama ba? So thank you for that, Mr. President. We can move on now to Section 9 of our bill. Ito po yung amending Section 32 of RA 8551. Promotion by virtue of position. Meron, ang ibig sabihin po na, ang impression that I get is there is a normal way of promoting the police officers. This is a special way of promoting an officer that you appoint, the officer is appointed to a position which requires a rank higher than what he or she has, Mr. President, and then because by virtue of that appointment to the position, he gets promoted, he or she gets promoted, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
What would be the normal way, not this way, by virtue of position? What would be the normal way of promoting a police officer?
Well, this is the normal way already, Mr. President. This is the normal way.
Actually, Mr. President, ito nga ang worry ko rito. Nasabi ko, would this not circumvent the normal procedure for promotion? So, the normal way is you promote an officer to a position which requires a higher rank, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, because the organization is limited to limited by the number of positions corresponding to a particular rank. So, meaning, I am a police colonel. Just to illustrate, Mr. President, I am a police colonel. I have been holding this rank for quite some time already. Kung tutuusin, dapat na-promote ako ngayon. But according to our organizational uniqueness, hindi ako pwede ma-promote ng Brigadier General unless makapwisto ako ng isang pwisto that calls for the rank of Brigadier General. Dahil it would be useless, no? Sayang yung gagastos ng gobyerno, babayaran ako ng sweldo ng Police Brigadier General na wala man akong pwisto na pang general. Dito lang ako, paupo-upo lang ako. So, dapat makapwisto ka muna bago kita i-promote para magamit mo yung ranggo na yan at masweldohan ka according to your rank.
So, because Section 32 is entitled Promotion by Virtue of Position, so gives me the impression that there must be another way of promoting, Mr. President.
No, ang tinanggal na natin dito, Mr. President, is yung 6 months na occupying the same, yung tinanggal natin dahil nga itong 6 months nagiging unfair ito sa police dahil within 6 months, maraming mag-retire dyan, no, apektado sa edad, hindi sila mapopromote. Dahil naghintay pa tayo ng 6 months bago siya ipopromote.
So this is the plan, Mr. President. So, ang ibig natin sabihin, lahat ng ating mga police officers, since it is always promotion by virtue of position, according
Yes.
to our sponsor, so they all have assignments, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Naka-fix na kasi yung yung organizational structure ng PNP wherein diyan binabase yung budget ng DBM for PS for personnel services, Mr. President. So diyan na nakabase yung ating budget.
So now we go to the issue raised by the DBM, Mr. President, last September 2023, that the government is paying 26.7 billion pesos yearly for the PNP's 66,203 excess positions, Mr. President. So, meron daw excess positions sa PNP, Mr. President. So, ang sabi pa nga rito, Lieutenant General, meron daw ang PNP 8, kailangan 3 lang. So, sa Major General, meron daw 17, pero dapat 11 lang daw, sabi ng DBM. So, and then sa Brigadier General, dapat 86 lang, pero meron tayong 110 Brigadier General. So, ang sasagot po ng ating sponsor earlier, ibig sabihin nun, lahat ito, 110 Brigadier Generals, they have 110 positions in the PNP requiring the rank of Brigadier General.
Well, Mr. President, according to my advisors here, that particular finding was already reconciled, Mr. President. Na-correct na daw yan as of late. Naayos na daw yan, Mr. President.
In
Yung
what way,
particular finding na yan.
in what way, Mr. President? Kasi September po ito, 2023.
Paano na sabi ko sa'yo?
Meron ba man late?
While waiting for the for the answer of that particular question, Mr. President, let me read itong ano ba ito? On the issue, on alleged technical malversation, what is the factual background, legal basis, and who would be responsible for it? Ito na yung sagot dyan sa issue niya, Mr. President. The answer is all positions in the PNP are in accordance with RA 6975, RA number 8551, and or through an appropriate NAPOLCOM resolution pursuant to the legal authority of the committee provided under RA number 6975 as amended. Moreover, promotion for third-level officers from the ranks of police colonel to police general is approved by the President as the appointing authority. Likewise, third-level PCO positions in the PNP are pursuant to appropriate appointment orders issued by the Office of the President, being the Chief Executive. By reason thereof, the utilization of funds is for authorized personnel benefits is provided by law. Ito po yung naging sagot ng PNP dyan, Mr. President.
We will just write the DBM, Mr. President, kung talaga bang ano na to.
Okay, Mr. President.
Resolve na po ito, Mr. President.
We can
But is it true? How many brigadier generals do we have as of the moment, Mr. President?
we have 121 Police Brigadier General, Mr. President.
So dumami pa pala from the report, Mr. President.
That is the authorized strength, Mr. President. 121, but the actual is only 101.
Yes.
101 kasi kulang pa, hindi pa na-promote yung iba na nakapwisto.
So, according to our sponsor, 121 ang authorized brigadier generals. Ang sa news report ko, DBM approved only 86. So we will have to accept the sponsors' inputs, Mr. President. That's the.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, so with that, Mr. President, so nakita ko nga, Mr. President, that we have been creating a lot of positions na for brigadier generals dito po sa ating ano. So ganun ba ang nangyari, Mr. President, that because medyo dumami na po yung due for promotion, we had to create NAPOLCOM and the PNP had to create these positions, Mr. President, and then natauhan ngayon ng Brigadier General. Kaya kailangan natin itong batas. As earlier stated, na ipahabol natin yung law as to the realities on the ground, Mr. President.
No, Mr. President, that would be a very unsound management practice if the PNP is doing that. But actually, the real, what is really happening is that the creation of these positions were based on the demands on the ground. Kapag, halimbawa, wala doon yan, sa RA 6975, yung PIDEG, yung Police Drug Enforcement Group. Ngayon, dumami lumakas yung problema sa droga. So, in order to respond to the drug problem, the PNP created the Police Drug Enforcement Group. So, that depends on the demands of the ground, but not really, as you have stated a while ago, that just to satisfy the personnel within the PNP na, ito, mapopromote na ito. kailangan mag-create tayo ng position para dito dahil para ma-promote siya. Hindi po yan ginagawa, Mr. President. Unlike some politicians na pag lumaki na yung anak niya na pwede na mag-mayor, hatiin natin itong munisipyo para maging mayor itong aking anak. At parang ganun, Mr. President. That's,
Thank you for mentioning PIDEG, Mr. President, kasi may tanong nga ako actually dyan eh. So, sige nga, let's go through the thought processes. Bakit kailangan natin si PIDEG, Police Drug Enforcement Group, knowing that we already have a specialized agency, Mr. President, na PIDEA, Mr. President?
well, noon, Mr. President, PDEA is the lead agency as far as drug problem is concerned. Now, according to the PDEA law, the PDEA can tawag niyan yung the term is deputize the PNP for drug enforcement. So, minabuti ng PNP, since we are being deputized by PDEA, kaya dati naman talaga yung function ng PNP yung PDEA. Before nagkaroon ng PDEA, meron na tayong PC Kano, Constabulary Anti-Narcotics Unit ng PNP, meron na tayong, so ginawa nating, meron tayong ginawang EDSOT, Anti-Illegal Drugs Special Operation Task Force. And later on, ginawa itong PIDEG, Mr. President, just to support the drug mandate of the PDEA. So, na-create itong PIDEG.
Kasi kulang din sa manpower si PIDEA.
Kulang talaga, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you for that input, Mr. President. The more we appreciate the organization of the PNP. So, moving on, Mr. President, can I bring the attention of the sponsor to page 19, line 30, yung paragraph na po yun na starting on line 30, all the way to page 20, line 15. That paragraph, which I find very difficult to understand, Mr. President, if the sponsor can explain to this representation what is the main idea in that paragraph, Mr. President. Lateral entry.
Lateral entry, Mr. President. In general, or all original appointments of commission officers in the PNP shall commence with the rank of...
Yung second paragraph na po, naintindihan ko po yung first paragraph ng section 33. That's the second one, yung proposed amendment po natin. What does that mean, Mr. President?
Saan dito siya? In the lateral entry, Mr. President? In the lateral entry for line officers...
Yes, yan po.
Program, licensed criminologists, other professionals who have licenses issued by the by the Professional Regulatory Commission or those with eligibility issued by the Commission may be appointed to the rank of police lieutenant to fill up vacancies in the PNP line units, provided that licensed criminologists and other PRC licensed professionals to include those with eligibility issued by the Commission who are applying for lateral entry line officership are already members of the PNP with the rank of at least police staff sergeant for uniform personnel or at least salary grade 14 for NUP and have served the organization for at least 5 years, provided further that these police lieutenants in the line services shall serve at least 5 years in the line offices units they opted to join before they can seek reassignment to other line offices. Graduates of the Philippine National...
Yes, okay na po yung last paragraph. Yeah, that's easy to understand. Ito pong second paragraph po, ano pong gusto ma-achieve natin dito po, Mr. President? Anong NUP? For NUP, may sulat na grade 14 for NUP. Ano sabihin nun? Page 20. Page 20, ha? Okay.
Organic ka sa PNP, pumasok ka sa lateral entry ng line. Second, sir, in-expand ka natin yung profession. Dahil trim lang ang pwedeng mag-line. lateral sa right. Ngayon, sir.
Yeah, Mr. President, this particular provision is we want to achieve the following, Mr. President, no? We want to be clear that the lateral entry for officers, dalawa pong method yan, itong dalawang classification, yung technical at saka line officers. Yung technical officers na yan yung mga pare, mga doktor, mga engineer, mga pilot na gustong pumasok sa service. Yung line officers naman, Mr. President, hindi ito technical. Ito yung ordinaryong regular police. So, sila yung line. At kasi noon, ang presently, ang tinatanggap na magiging eligible for line officers at present are only licensed criminologists are eligible as candidates for appointment. The bill proposes to include other PRC licensed professionals and those with NAPOLCOM eligibility for appointment to the initial rank of police lieutenant. So, nilawakan natin, Mr. President, dahil sayang yung iba na pwede nating matanggap sa PNP na magagaling at magandang background kasi nililimit lang natin sa ngayon yung doon sa mga criminologists.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. That really helped this representation in understanding this paragraph. There is a phrase here, Mr. President, same paragraph, or those with eligibility issued by the commission. Pero it immediately follows kasi the phrase with the mention of the Professional Regulation Commission. So in this phrase, or those with eligibility issued by the commission, what commission are we referring to, Mr. President?
It's NAPOLCOM, Mr.
NAPOL,
President.
okay.
NAPOLCOM.
Thank you, Mr. President. Consistent with the rule that when the law mentions commission, it's the NAPOLCOM, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. President. So now, Mr. President, pages 20 to the rest of page 20 all the way to page 24 are deletions, Mr. President. And then the deletions are proposed to be replaced by entries about national administrative and operational support units, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
In effect, kung tutusin, yung deleted natin are also national administrative and operational support units. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Correct, Mr. President.
So why, and then we're replacing them with, are we replacing them with with units with new names, or are we redefining the functions or jurisdiction of the support units, Mr. President?
Mr. President, some of the names of these units were updated.
Okay.
Updated, and some of the functions ng units ay redefined, Mr. President. So, minabuti natin na tanggalin na lang ito lahat, palitan ng bago, but still, the same organizations are being...
As to number of support units, parehas po. Parehas sa administrative support units, same number?
It's increased, Mr. President.
Oh, which are the new ones, Mr. President?
Saan ang bago ito? Like for example, the national support units, ang nakasabi lang dito sa RA 6975 ay for administrative support units, crime lab, logistics unit, communications unit. Actually, Mr. President, yung ang crime lab ba ginawang ito nga, Mr. President, from administrative support unit, yung crime lab, nilipat natin sa operational support unit at rename it from crime lab to forensic group, Mr. President. So ang bago nito ngayon, aside from crime lab, logistics unit, communications unit, computer service, computer center, finance center, and cyber security unit, anong nadagdag na bago sa NASO? Dadagdagan natin ang
Nalipat si...
PRBS, Mr. President, yung Police Retirement Benefits Service. Saka, and Headquarters Support Service.
Okay, so at least...
And Legal Service, Mr. President.
legal service, ngayon lang po natin ma-recognize.
Yes, Mr. President. Kasi
Thank
noon, parang lang yan eh. Office lang yan under the chief of the PNP. Ngayon, ginawa nating service talaga.
Sige, happy po ating mga kompanyero, Mr. President. Magiging career na nila. Ang nabanggit po nating sponsor would be the administrative support units. How about sa operational support units? May bago po ba? Ano pong pagbabago ginawa natin dito?
Yes, Mr. President. Ang mga bago dyan ay Women's and Children's Protection Group, yung PIDIG, Drug Enforcement Group, Mr. President. Bago yan. Anti-Kidnapping Group, yung IMEG,
Yes, thank you.
EOD K9, mga bago po yan, Mr. President, covered by NAPOLCOM resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Existing but through NAPOLCOM resolution. So gawin na
Correct,
natin
Mr.
by
President.
law. Yes.
Correct.
Mr. President, ito pong sa page 25, line 4, ito po yung opening statement natin eh. The National Administrative and Operational Support Units shall initially consist of the following. Ang concern ko po is yung ano pong importance ng word na initially, Mr. President.
Because, Mr. President, we know the criminal world and the policing environment is evolving, Mr. President. So, minabuti natin na pwede pa ito madagdagan in the future, Mr. President. In the future.
Sino po ang pwede magdagdag?
Ang section. Saan dito? Saan? Mr. President, if I may read, no? To enhance operational efficiency and effectiveness, sustain the attainment of increased police visibility, and optimize delivery of police services, the chief of the PNP may constitute, abolish, modify, or merge PNP units and offices or otherwise implement necessary adjustments in the organizational structure, staffing, functions, and functional relationship, including the corresponding changes in the number and distribution of the ranks upon approval of the Commission. Provided that no office headed by a police brigadier general or higher shall be created unless provided by law. So, very clear to Mr. President, in the future, as the need arise, the Chief PNP may create a new unit provided hindi ito to be occupied by a police brigadier general. Hanggang police colonel lang, Mr. President. So,
But I noticed, Mr. President, lahat itong na-create nating administrative support units at operational support units in our bill are all headed by at least Police Brigadier General.
yes, Mr. President. Yeah.
So it will be an anomaly sa section of sa provision of law read by our sponsor. Ang ibig sabihin, the Chief PNP with the concurrence of the Commission can create another administrative support unit or another operational support unit for as long as wag niyang ipahead ang Police Brigadier General? Is that our interpretation?
Yes, Mr. President, because in the exigency of the service, kung talagang kinakailangan na na i-address yung particular threat or particular situation na kailangan mag-create ng unit, okay, pwede ka mag-create ng unit provided hindi Police Brigadier General. And now, after that, we can institutionalize that particular unit through legislation. O hingi sila ng power through Congress to create this unit, establish ito at to be headed by a Brigadier General. So yun lang, Mr. President, para bang habang wala pang legislation, pwede siya gumawa ng to address a particular threat, particular
Yes.
problem, particular issue.
Using the provision that our sponsor
Yes,
read,
Mr. President.
So thank you for that, Mr. President.
And pwede rin mag-dissolve, Mr. President.
Yes,
nakita
pwede ba niyang emerge ang dalawang created by our bill?
Pwede, Mr. President.
So one brigadier general will lose a job, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Ganun talaga.
Yeah, kung nakita
Ganun talaga. Ganun talaga. Okay.
depende sa
Exigency of
sitwasyon.
the service. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
exigency
Thank
of
you.
the service.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. President. Can we go to page 31, Mr. President? Malapit na po tayo matapos.
Yes, Mr. President.
Line 11, number 4, Anti-Cybercrime Group. Ito po ay bago o hindi?
Saan?
Ito po ay isang operation support unit. Yes, page 31.
31.
Cybercrime Group, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, bago ito,
Bago, opo.
but it is covered by law. RA 10175, the Anti-Cybercrime Act. So, bago siya, pero covered by law.
Bakit kailangan natin banggitin, sir? Baka naman kung nasa law na, when we restate it, baka magkamali pa tayo.
Yung restructuring lang, Mr. President, yung structure niya at saka
10175.
yung rank, Mr. President. Kaya nga pala, restate natin.
Bakit? Bakit po natin na kailangan i-restate, Mr. President, kung the law already creates this? Mayroon bang insufficiency sa RA 10175?
Ano ba? Nakalagay ba doon sa batas ng general ano ba?
Okay pala.
Well, Mr. President, yung structure na, Mr. President, no, na it has to be headed by a general and
Yes.
something like that.
Yes,
The law was silent.
I've seen the section of the law, Mr. President, and I think the creation of this group is implementing the law. So
Yes, thank you,
that's
Mr.
good. Thank you, Mr. President. So this is the anti-cybercrime group, which should help our DICT, Mr. President. Kaya ba nila? Can they help the DICT in the hacking cases, in the other cybercrimes, Mr. President?
Correct, Mr. President. Correct.
Yes, kaya nga, this is one reason why we should not grant, and I think we did not grant the CIF request of the DICT. Kasi meron na tayong anti-cybercrime group, Mr. President.
Precisely,
Kaya
Mr.
na
President.
nila to.
I agree with you. I agree.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. President. Ayun na. So, it's
Because,
good.
Mr. President, if I may, I think the ICT, they should limit themselves to policy making.
Policy, yes,
And for implementation and actual anti-cybercrime operations, this is the work of the police. So, I agree with you.
And that same law mentioned by our sponsor also tasks the NBI to have its own
Correct, Mr.
anti-cybercrime. So,
President.
doble-doble na po. So, tama po yun. Nakatipid na po tayo sa CIF by not granting the request of the ICT. Hindi ba grant? Nag-grant ba? Hindi. Yung 300 million ng DICT. Double check natin. Mr. President, page 32, line 7, paragraph 7, Aviation Security Group. Since binabago na rin naman natin yung batas, ini-improve na natin yung wording ng mga batas, alam ko po na merong gray area o may friction o may conflict si Aviation Security Group sa Airport Authority, Mr. President. So I hope na since ginagawa na natin batas, I hope that the updated paragraph will already address that issue, Mr. President.
Thank you for that reminder, Mr. President. I will read again for possible amendment to improve.
So I think
the
I'm glad that the
security-
sponsor recalls the incident.
Yes,
Sa
Mr. President.
Sa airport po natin. Thank
Yeah,
you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for reminding me, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's now go to page 33, Mr. Line 29, paragraph 11, our Police Security and Protection Group. Ito po ang ating, they can authorize the giving of protection to private individuals, Mr. President. Okay to in concept, Mr. President, pero sa implementation, hindi ba parang maraming mga pogo na mga executive, mas marami pa security sa mga elected officials, Mr. President? Does the sponsor confirm this, Mr. President, na nangyayari ito?
Yes, Mr. President, I confirm na may mga ganyan na mga police minsan na natawag natin moonlighting. Some of them are not,
okay, hindi.
are not sanctioned by the unit, Mr. President. With the issue of the POGO that is very hot right now, no director of the PSPG is foolish enough to assign people to POGO personalities. They will be in hot water, Mr. President. Kung mayroon mang police ngayon na makikita natin nag-escort sa POGO, they are not sanctioned by their unit. They are moonlighting and they are subject to criminal or administrative sanctions by the PNP.
Yes, okay. For as long as hindi pala taxpayers' money yung sweldo nila, Mr. President.
But I would like to remind Your Honor, Mr. President, that meron din diyang purma-purma na police, pero hindi talaga yan police, Mr. President. Alam natin yan, kung makaasta, akala mo police, pero hindi pala police yun.
And then we have our own office, Mr. President, di ba? To regulate all of these people providing security services, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
What would be that office, Mr. President?
Police Security and Protection Group, Mr. President.
Sila din ba, Mr. President? To supervise the security agencies
No.
and all of those people. So what if...
It's SUSIA, Mr. President.
Ano po yun? Is that...
Under Civil Security Group.
Is that an administrative support unit or an operational support unit?
Operational Support Unit, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. President. And then, Mr. President, can you go to page 35, line 6, on the Integrity Monitoring and Enforcement Group? May we be clarified as to the difference between IMEG and IAS, Mr. President, sa functions po nila?
Well, Mr. President, IAS are limited to filing criminal and administrative cases against erring personnel. Pero yung on the ground talaga na nagkakandak ng law enforcement operations, entrapment, basta operations, actual police operations, Mr. President, it's the job of the IMEG.
Against their own PNP people. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President. If there are reports
Okay, so-
that these people are involved in shenanigans, Mr. President, automatic na nagkakandak na operations ng IMEG.
So the actual physical day-to-day action is IMEG, the legal action is IAS.
Correct, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. So hindi na sa ilalim ni IAS si IMEG, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President. It is one of the operational support unit.
Yes, and then IAS is, we consider
IAS is sa taas, Mr. President.
as a special police office.
Special Police Office under the Office of the Chief PNP.
So paano to, Mr. President, with the detachment of the two, Mr. President, are they expected to closely coordinate, Mr. President?
They're mandated to coordinate with IAS, Mr. President.
Is it working, Mr. President? Is it working now?
Yes, Mr. President. Maraming police operations na ginawa ang IMEG against erring personnel na IAS ngayon nag-case build up at nag-file ng kaso. Sila may hawak.
Thank you, Mr. President. And then dito na po tayo sa isang, which is also a very substantive portion of or part of our bill, Mr. President. Page 36, line 20 on section 13 of our bill, which amends section 39 of RA 6975 as amended by RA 11200, Mr. President. So ito po isa sa mga substantive elements po ng ating proposal po, Mr. President. We are increasing the compulsory retirement age, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. We just pattern it after the retirement age of the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the MUP pension reform that 57 ang retirement, Mr. President. So, synchronize lang po natin, Mr. President.
So our MUP bill na hindi pa po pasado, 57 na po ang naka-envision
Yes.
doon, Mr. President. But then, Mr. President, meron tayong the commission, which is the NAPOLCOM, has the authority to extend, tama? Extend the service of the supposed to be compulsorily retired officer by 1 year, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. And,
Existing provision.
existing, bakit nilagay pa natin kung existing to?
Hindi sir, yan na yung batas gusto. Kinote lang na.
Okay. This existing provision of law, Mr. President.
Yes, correct, Mr.
Kinote lang
President.
natin.
Okay, Mr. President. So actually, Mr. President, pagka umabot ka na sa Police Brigadier General and higher, ready ka dapat up to age 58? Mr. President?
Ready ka, Mr. President, if the commission
This is optional. This is optional.
Optional, Mr.
Upon,
President.
upon application po ito. Upon application by the supposed to be compulsorily retired officer?
hindi siguro pa application, Mr. President. Wala pa naman so far. Wala pang nangyaring ganito, Mr. President. Pero, yun lang, binigyan lang natin ng leeway yung commission. Baka pagdating sa panahon, kagaya nung nangyari yung Marawi Siege, ongoing yung gira, tapos magre-retire na yung ground commander doon sa Marawi, meron tayong elbow room na pwede siyang i-extend yung retirable, Mr. President. Pero so far, wala pa. Wala pang...
Yes, ba, ano kaya, ang ba tanong theory nito, Mr. President? With the consent of the person being extended, Mr. President? Whose service is being extended?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
With his
Yes.
or her consent? Tama?
Yes.
Tama?
Yes.
Okay,
But
thank
when
you.
he says na I am already compulsorily retired, wala na ko intention pa na magserbisyo, then walang pilitan ito, Mr. President.
Yes. Ito pong age 57 po, nakonsulta po natin ito sa ating kapulisan.
Yes, Mr. President.
And wala po bang contrary position na 56 lang dapat kasi pumasok kami dyan, na ano ko na yung buhay ko na hanggang 56, gusto ko maging private citizen, back to my family, etc. Mr. President.
Right now, Mr. President, unanimous yung reaksyon ng kapulisan. Noon lang, meron silang narinig na bakit pa extend na 57, dapat retire tayo 56 because of their intention to evade the possible enactment of yung MUP Act, Mr. President, na takot sila na baka daw matanggalan sila ng pension, tapos yung one rank higher, mawalan sila ng ganun na mga privileges. So gusto nilang madaliin na retirable lang ako, 56, dapat retire na. Pero ngayon, naklaro na, maraming nagbawi daw ng optional retirement na application papers, Mr. President. Binawi nila.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Pero ano rin ito, it's 1 year additional service, and when you're in service, iba pong buhay ng in service retired po, Mr. President. But
Yes, Mr.
for as long as with eyes open, okay lang po yan. Mr. President, page 37 na po tayo on internal discipline, line 3. On lines 3 to 5, meron po tayong deletion. We are deleting the introductory phrase reading on dealing with minor offenses involving internal discipline found to have been committed by any regular member of the respective commands, tinanggal po natin yon. Why? What is the purpose of this deletion, Mr. President?
Just to by certain authority ng mga field commanders sa breach.
Yeah, Mr. President, the breach of internal discipline, Mr. President, does not only consist of minor offenses.
Yes.
Maraming mga grave offenses, Mr. President. So, kaya natin ito dinilit.
Yes, so ibig sabihin nun, the current state of the law, minor offenses lang pala ang na-envision, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, based on the language of the current law.
Yes, the current law.
So,
Okay.
minabuti natin na pabigatin natin ito, Mr.
Opo,
President.
dahil dinilit na natin ito, lahat na.
Lahat na.
Yes, yes, sir. Okay po, lahat na po. Opo. Ngayon po, in this section 41 ito of RA 6775 as amended by RA 8551, ito po ina-amend natin. We're introducing new paragraphs, Mr. President. This time, the Chief PNP shall have the power or authority to immediately order the preventive confinement of any PNP personnel under investigation for or charged with a grave administrative offense and or crime. First question, Mr. President. Yung word na grave, page 38, line 13, grave, does that define administrative offense or kasama din po yung crime doon? That crime is all found in, the word crime found on page 38, line 14 is also qualified by the word grave, Mr. President.
Well, for admin offenses ito, Mr. President, but meron namang katapat yung admin case criminal, like for example, murder. Ang murder is a grave offense classification under the administrative.
Kasi and/or crime po ito eh. So, the PNP personnel could be under investigation for a crime, but must the crime be also a grave crime, Mr. President?
Any crime, Mr. President.
Any crime. So the word grave only qualifies administrative offense, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Mr. President. Ngayon, this is new because under existing law, although may power na rin si Chief PNP yata to impose disciplinary punishment, Mr. President, what's the difference with our new paragraph?
Yung ito, Mr. President, ang diferensya, yung preventive confinement.
Yes, wala po sa existing law.
Wala sa existing law, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Kaya marami tayong pulis abusado dahil sabi nila, hindi man tayo pwede kulong yan dahil due process pa rin. Talaga,
Tama.
due process ito.
Actually, Mr. President, sa existing law, subject lahat yon sa after due notice and summary hearing, Mr. President. Tama?
Yes, Mr.
This is
President.
the power of the PNP chief.
Yes.
That's correct, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, the second paragraph that we are introducing as an amendment gives the area police commanders, regional directors, provincial directors, district directors, and chiefs of police the same power, the same authority over PNP personnel under their command, the same as the Chief PNP, Mr. President. Ang authority is to immediately order the preventive confinement of their personnel, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
The paragraph does not mention now the length of the maximum period for the confinement. What would be the rule for the area police commanders down, Mr. President?
Wala.
Meron din sila maximum?
Maximum of 9.
Maximum of 90 days, Mr. President.
Okay, so 90 days din po. Found
Yes.
in the maximum period found in the first paragraph is applicable to the second paragraph.
Yes, Mr. President.
Meron pong qualification dito unless sa second paragraph po yung authority ng ating area police commanders, etc. And unless otherwise ordered by the Chief PNP. Ano pong ibig sabihin nito? That the Chief PNP will order them not to preventively confine, Mr. President?
Yeah, Mr. President. Yes.
Okay.
The President, the Chief PNP can countermand the order of the subordinate commander. Baka nakita niya na baka nag-abuso itong commander na ito. Baka mamaya sabi niya, personalan na ito.
Yun na nga.
Kinulong niya dahil
Correct.
for personal reason. So the Chief PNP can countermand the order of that subordinate commander.
Yun na nga, Mr. President. Parang nakukulangan nga ako ng parang safeguards natin for the possible abuse of this new power, Mr. President. I hope the sponsor is still open kung makaisip tayo ng paraan
Yes,
how
Mr. President,
to...
please help us.
Well, there's one way nga, yung review sa Chief PNP, pero, kung nasa Mindanao nangyari ito na munisipyo kasama munisipyo po, Mr. President, right? Mr. President, tama ba?
Yes, Chief of Police.
Yes, oo.
Chief of Police.
Isang munisipyo na napakalayo, and then Camp Crame is here in Quezon City, Mr. President, yung baka, the need, only one review, Mr. President, which is the Chief PNP. So we must think of ways to put more safeguards against possible abuse, Mr.
I think, we can do it in a manner, Mr. President, that the provincial director can countermand the confinement order of the Chief of Police. And going up, Mr. President, baka pwedeng ganun. Di ba?
Yes, Mr. President. Basta, mayroon na, ang takot lang natin, baka personalan, alam na, Mr. President, baka for personal reasons.
Yes, Mr. President. So,
Ayoko lang magamit yung this is a new power, Mr. President, that we're giving. The
Yes,
authority to order immediate confinement. That's a new power. Tama po. So, we better have safeguards, Mr. President. Ngayon, may last point, Mr. President. Last point na po.
yes po. Thank you, Mr. President.
Congratulations to our sponsor. Thank you for the patience, Mr. President.
That's very important, Mr. President, because this is a very important
Last 2
law.
points pala, Mr. President. Section 15, page 39, Congressional Oversight Committee. Bakit po nalimutan na naman natin ang minority, Mr. President?
Well, this assumes the usual hindi lang nailagay ito, Mr. President, pero if you want to
Yes, we will introduce language, Mr. President.
Yeah, we have to introduce-
ensure minority representation.
Yes, Mr.
Always,
President.
Mr. President,
Always.
in a Congressional Oversight Committee.
Okay, Mr. President. We can amend this.
Medyo madalas-dalas na pong nalilimutan kasi, sir.
Correct, Mr. President.
Then Mr. President, last na po sa repealing clause natin, just for us to be very aware. The repealing clause mentions 2 sections. Talagang expressly repealed po ito. What is section 35-A that we are of RA 6975 as amended by RA 11279, which we are expressly repealing?
Yung NPTI, sir, at saka yung PNPA, sir. PNPA, yung provision ng transfer ng NPTI at PNPA from PPSC to PNP, sir. Ngayon kasi, sir, kinalaman natin ulit siya, nilagay na natin siya as NUFO at saka SPO. Isa.
Kasi magiging superfluous siya, sir, pag hindi natin magiging redundant yung provision na yan pag hindi natin i-repeat. Since
Mr. President, just to avoid redundancy, Mr. President, if we are not going to repeal this particular provisions of
This is about the National Police
National
Training
Police
Institute.
Training Institute.
Oh, saan po siya posibleng redundant, Mr. President? What is the NPTI? Is that a special police office, a directorate, an administrative support unit, or
It
an
is-
operational support unit?
National Administrative Support Unit, Mr. President.
And what is another office or unit taking its place, Mr. President?
It is the same unit, sir.
The same unit, Mr. President.
Pero ni-reorganize na lang natin yung buong NASO. Kaya natin nilagdag sa listahan ng NASO, sir.
So, ni-reorganize natin yung list ng mga NASO, Mr. President, at dinagdag natin ito, yung NPTI.
Yung kanyang responsibility po, na-retain po natin?
Yes, Mr. President.
The same.
The same.
Thank you, Mr. President. And then how about section 67A, Mr. President?
It's about the PNPA, Mr. President.
Yes, hindi ba delikado na i-repeal natin yung section about the PNPA, Mr. President?
Special Police Office.
Nilipat na natin, Mr. President, to Special Police Office. Pero yung functions niya, practically the same, Mr. President.
The wording of section 67-A we have retained in the bill, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. The same.
Okay, with that clarification, Mr. President, I think we have been sufficiently clarified by our sponsors. Ulitin ko po, the best person to have sponsored this bill, Mr. President, ang dami nating natutunan. Na-appreciate po natin ang ang organization ng ating kapulisan, appreciate natin ang trabaho ng ating kapulisan. Of course, we will not be able to solve 100% of the crimes. Actually, we cannot even prevent 100% of crimes. Ganun po talaga. I just hope that because of the reorganization of the PNP, it will be more efficient, it will be more effective, and more sensitive to the needs and sentiments of our people para po, the fight against criminality will improve, Mr. President. And maramdaman na, kasi reorganization lang ito, pero sana kahit pagka-reorganize natin, ramdam natin yung pagbabago, Mr. President, sa delivery of services ng ating kapulisan, Mr. President. That is my wish, Mr. President. And I'd like to thank our sponsor and for his patience and, of course, our colleagues, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your inputs are very valuable in the crafting of this particular Mr. President. Kahit nasabihin mo ilang oras tayo nakatayo dito, nagpapasalamat talaga kami at napaganda mo itong ating proposed mission, Mr. President. Thank you. Ano tayo? Wala. Amendment. Ready na kami po amendment. Yeah.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no
Period of
other,
interpolation.
there being no other member who wishes to iterate, I move to close the appeal.
Meron pa? Yes. 1 second.
Mr. President, I move to suspend the consideration of the said measure.
Consideration suspended.
Iya pa daw. Sinawag na?
Salamat. Okay lang.
Pwede NIR, guys? Habang kaya pa ni tapusin natin yung NIR.
Si group para i-bilin talaga natin na sila ang in-charge sa security ng gawin natin yun para mas lagyan natin
Pwede siya.
kawawa yung mga pulis natin sa airport.
Is member.
Saan na yun? Saan yung anong
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2507 under Committee Report number 177. This is the bill establishing the Negros Island region. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we have sponsored the measure. With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellation. And I move that I be recognized and to interpellate our distinguished minority leader. I so move, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished Deputy Majority Floor Leader, author and sponsor of the measure, Senator J.V. Harrison, is recognized. And to interpolate, a distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Quirino Coco Pimentel III.
Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations to our sponsor for sponsoring this measure, and to the authors for coming up with this idea, Mr. President, which I think is already an old idea, Mr. President. Old in the sense that this has been entertained before, Mr. President.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, that is correct, Your Honor, Mr. President. There was an executive order by then President Benigno Aquino creating the Negros Island region, and there was already a technical working group composed of DBM, DILG, and other important agencies. But during the time of President Duterte, the said executive order was revoked. So the intention of creating the Negros Island region, of having Negros Oriental and Occidental having the regional offices split between the two provinces, later did not materialize. So the region they went back, no? The Negros Oriental, the regional offices is only went back to Cebu, and the Negros Occidental now the regional office is now in Iloilo, and that's the problem, Mr. President, Your Honor, is because it's really difficult because they have to cross the seas, no? For example, in Negros Oriental, they have to cross, take the Roro going to Santander, and another 3 to 4 hours going to Cebu. So that is the reason, Mr. President, that Your Honor, that the Senate President himself, I myself also, again, filed this bill for the creation of the Negros Island region, to not only for convenience, but more so for the efficiency and the delivery of government services for the Negrenses.
Thank you, Mr. President. And since this has been entertained before, and I have been informed that on May 29, 2015, President Benigno Aquino III already signed an executive order creating the Negros Island region, but never implemented, Mr. President. Is that correct? Never.
Yes, Your Honor, because it was signed already towards the tail end of his term. There was only a technical working group that I think just met, and it was not really implemented.
Correct.
Unfortunately, because of circumstances, President Duterte issued an executive order for the revocation of EO number 183 because of priority government programs,
Yes.
no, where funding is insufficient at that time.
So the official reason during the Duterte administration given by then Secretary of the DBM, Secretary Benjamin Jokno, was the lack of funds, okay, to establish a fully functioning Negros Island region. So are we already over that obstacle, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, there is, yes, indeed, admittedly, the establishment of a new region would entail cost, but I think in the long run, no, it will be beneficial because, as I mentioned earlier, the efficiency of the delivery of government services. It will usher a more unified and coordinated island development planning, which will accelerate economic transformation of Negros. And the cost, wait, I will just, according to DBM estimates, the cost to set up one regional office, for example, Your Honor, Mr. President, amounts to about 42 million annually. For the initial 30 regional offices in the bill, the estimated amount of 1.2 billion annually should be set aside for NIR. So the estimate of DBM is 1.2 billion annually for
Oh, ba't ang laki?
the establishment
What-
of the Negros Island region.
What was that 42 million mentioned by our sponsor, Mr. President? 42 million a year. What was that? Now it's 1.2 billion a year, Mr. President?
No, the 42 million is for one regional office, Your Honor.
One office.
One office only. It's about 42
For that,
million.
yes, okay. So thank you
So
for
that would
Mr.
include, just to break down, capital outlay, 15 million, MOE of 21 million, and personal services of 5 million. So about 42 million per regional office.
So 1.2 billion a year if we have this new NIR. But then, yung kanilang mga mother regions, will the mother regions be saving money, Mr. President?
Yung DBM po, yung estimate
Hindi ko makakasave because i-pull out mo sa ibang mother regions.
Minimum na isang. Hindi, pero baka over how many years to?
Ha?
Saan kaya ito?
Your Honor, Mr. President, this will be an additional personnel and a regional office that will be set up. So it will not, we will not be able to save from the mother.
No savings.
Yeah, no savings, Your Honor.
So I was hoping to use that, Mr. President, as a justification. Pero Mr. President, meron din kaming information that an estimate in 2017, the funding implication of the proposal to create the NIR on the part of the national government was estimated at a minimum of 19 billion pesos.
Tama yun, di ba? Yung total.
Kanino
Yung full
galing?
complement.
Per my staff, may na-encounter silang DBM paper, Mr. President. Paper? Yes. Position paper, Mr. President.
If I may interject, my distinguished
Yes.
colleagues, because we've been pursuing this NIR since the time of the last administration. The 19 billion that they're estimating, or 18 billion, is the cost of building
Total.
and constructing new buildings for each and every office. But in total, in actuality, Your Honor, meron na po mga buildings sila binigay ng local governments. So, if you remove the cost of the construction of these buildings, and as a matter of fact, they already appointed NIR regional directors. So, it's just going back to the old, the Aquino administration's policy of having this devolved to the new region. Pero I believe the 18 billion was in totality of the construction of new centers. Hindi na po kailangan tumayo ng new center. As a matter of fact, the provincial governments of Negros Occidental and Negros Oriental are willing to house these offices, Your Honor.
Yes, if I may interject also, the 19 billion is the full cost of operation of establishing, as what the Senate President has mentioned, also building new offices. But it is also noteworthy, Your Honor, Mr. President, that the province of Negros Occidental, for example, through the leadership of Governor Bong Lacson, is willing to donate 5 hectares of land to NIR, and the provincial government of Negros Oriental is also willing to host some regional offices to help the national government minimize the cost of the region's establishment. So the startup,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor, is about 1.2 billion.
So the plan is to divide or to distribute the regional offices in two areas.
Division.
In the area in Negros Occidental, where would that be, Mr. President? To house the regional offices.
Saan ba ito? Sa Bacolod? Bacolod pa rin.
Bacolod?
Your Honor, it will be in Bacolod.
Bacolod.
And of course, the other one will be in Dumaguete.
Dumaguete yung sa Negros Oriental, Mr. President. Okay, thank you, Mr. President. So, our bill already designates which departments will be located where, Mr. President?
That is correct, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Ito po ay napag-agrihan na ng mga provinces involved, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. As a matter of fact, the Senate President and I met already with the respective governors, so Governor Lacson and Governor Segarbaria a few months ago, and also the Governor of Siquijor, Governor
Villa.
Villa. So they all agreed already on the division and the distribution of the different regional offices. If I may enumerate, if you allow me, for Negros Occidental, they will have, since Negros Occidental is more agricultural land, so they will have the agriculture and land-related cluster. So Department of Agriculture, Department of Environment, Natural Resources, Department of Agrarian Reform, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Peace and Order and Security Cluster, Department of Justice, National Bureau of Investigation, DILG, BFP, BJMP, PNP, Department of National Defense, Office of Civil Defense. Governance Cluster A, DLG and agencies attached to the local government sector, Department of Budget and Management, Department of Finance, and NEDA. And Governance Cluster B, Commission Audit, Commission Elections. For Negros Oriental, Your Honor, it will be Human Development Cluster A, TESDA, Department of Education, Department of Social Welfare and Development, Department of Health, Commission on Higher Education, Civil Service Commission, Philippine Statistics Authority, Professional Regulation Commission, Department of Public Works and Highways, Department of Transportation and Communications, LTO, Maritime Industry Authority, LTFRB, NTC, DTI, Department of Tourism, Department of Science and Technology. So that's the agreed distribution of the different regional office, Your Honor.
It's in the bill, Mr. President.
It will be included in the bill, Your Honor.
I think it's already in the
Yes,
bill.
it's in the bill.
Or are we going to amend the bill? Meron bang pagbabago?
It's in the bill already,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Mr. President, Negros Occidental is ano pong language dito would be Ilonggo. Negros Oriental would be Cebuano. Meaning to say, this is one island, one large island, but over time, nag-develop sila ng two languages or dialects, Mr. President. That means there must have been a geological barrier, Mr. President. What is that, Mr. President? What divides the two provinces, Mr. President?
I think it's the mountain side, but
Mountain.
but now that roads, there are several roads that were already constructed. Now there's a loop already. It's all the whole Negros Island region is now connected. But before, probably the reason why the Negros Oriental is Cebuano speaking because they were facing Cebu. So yung mga radio frequency nila is what the signal is from Cebu. So naging
Yes, yes.
Cebuano sila. So the same way with Negros Occidental, they were facing Iloilo. So but now probably because there's already a loop already, and I myself 2 or 3 months ago I was there to do the Negros 2 for Philippine Motorcycle Tourism. Several roads already were constructed, and there, you can do already one loop for the whole Negros Island region, the whole Negros Island, Your Honor.
So meaning to say there's more than one way of going from Bacolod to Dumaguete, Mr. President?
Yes, that
More
is
than
correct.
one. Okay,
You can
one.
go from north, south, even across.
Okay, thank you.
But before, I think, because of it was, I think it's the mountainous side that divides the two
Yeah, kung
provinces.
let's say yung main link nila, kung magka-landslide po doon, there are alternative routes, Mr. President.
Yes, that is correct. If I may enumerate, there are several routes already. No, there's a table that was included from south via Dumaguete North Road, Bais, Kabangkalan, Negros Occidental. So from Dumaguete to Kabangkalan, that's going south. From southeast, there's Bayawan, Basay, Hinubaan Road.
North yun.
Central part is Valle Hermoso, Canlaon, La Castellana, Gihulgan, Balok, Isabela, Negros Occidental boundary. Coastal stretch, that's the loop, via Valle Hermosa, San Carlos City Road. From south via Bacolod South National Road, and from north via Bacolod North National Road. So there are several
Thank you. Thank you.
access already by land.
So
Your Honor.
kahit na may mountainous area yan, okay na po. Basta konektado na po with good roads po yung dalawang capital cities po. Apo.
Yes, that is
Thank
correct,
you.
Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. In the creation of an administrative region, do we need to subject this to a plebiscite?
Your Honor, Mr. President, I don't think it's we need to have a plebiscite because we have two administrative regions also that were established through law, namely Caraga administrative region through RA number 7901 and Mimaropa region through RA
Yes.
10879. And the latest is the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, the BARM, which was created to RA 11054.
Na plebisito po yan. Ang BARM na plebisito po
Yes,
yan.
because this is a political unit, Your Honor.
Apa. Okay, yes, I agree na in the creation of an administrative unit, hindi na kailangan ng plebisito. But the consultation, do we stop at the governors, Mr. President? Kasi from what I've heard from the sponsor, Mr. President, only the governors are being consulted, Mr. President.
Yes, they had a public hearing na po sa localities. Ang congressmen, so they had it there. Then sa atin, it was here in the Senate.
So, the people of Negros Oriental, though they are, given that they are Cebuano speaking, do not mind that they will now be separated from their original Region 7, which is this Cebuano speaking region. And then, ganon din po, si Negros Occidental, the Ilonggo speaking, they do not mind. The people, not the governors, but the people, is that the feedback we get, they do not mind to be separated from Panay, the main Ilonggo speaking region, Mr. President.
Yes, if I may add to the discussion with the permission of the two gentlemen. Actually, it's a hot topic now in all the radio stations, both sides of Negros Occidental and Oriental, on when it will happen. In other words, alam na ng tao, the radio announcers, it's being discussed, debated, and that's why I was hoping that we can pass it on second reading so I can go home, because that is their hot topic with me. When are we going to pass it in the Senate? So I think they're excited. This has been discussed for the last decade since it was taken out by former President Duterte. And so it's long awaited, I believe, by both sides. It's the first time actually that we were able to get unanimous consent from both political LGUs from the Oriental side and Occidental side, including the board members. They've all approved, and we waited for the board resolutions coming from the new boards with the new leadership of Oriental. I think the main hesitation at that time, that's why medyo tumagal din, was akala nila lahat pupunta lang sa Bacolod, because I'm from Bacolod, I'm from Negros Occidental, and sometimes kabalo ka naman sa mga Ilonggo, taga Negros, mga Tikalon man, Tikalon, mayabang ba? So sinasabi namin palagi, pag natuloy ito, dito lahat yan sa amin. So I think they were afraid that if there was going to be a new regional center, baka kala nila lahat sa Negros, sa Bacolod, lugi naman yung taga Oriental. But it so happened na hindi pala ganun. That's why we had to split. The DA, I believe, will be in Negros Oriental.
Occidental.
Occidental. DPWH will be in Oriental. Yung DBM will be in Occidental. So, happy. It was a happy blend. That's why it took a while, and I would like to put this on record for the media in region, in that new, hopefully established region. Tumagal siya because we had to get that win-win solution. Alam mo naman, boss, magaling tayo sa win-win solution siguro. And we were able to come up with that win-win formula, and which got the unanimous consent now of all regions. And who's very excited about this, my dear colleagues, is Siquijor. Because imagine how far they have to travel from Siquijor to Cebu. Mas malapit sa kanila yung Siquijor, Dumaguete. Yung Siquijor Dumaguete is only a 10 to 20-minute ride, boat ride. From Cebu, malayo. Talagang hindi nila mapupuntahan yung Region
Klaruhin
7,
ko.
Your Honors. Thank you for allowing me to share the discussion.
If I may
you.
interject also, it's really very inconvenient from Negros Oriental to go to the regional offices in Cebu. As I mentioned earlier, they have to take a Roro from Dumaguete to Santander and another 3 to 4 hours of land
Island.
travel going to Cebu City. So it's really inconvenient.
Just to be very clear, no? Guimaras is not included. Tatlo lang provinces dito. Negros Occidental,
Oh, Guimaras
Negros
would stay with
Oriental,
Region
and,
6, Your Honor.
and Siquijor. Guimaras is with the Region 6.
Region 6.
How far by distance would be Bacolod from Dumaguete, Mr. President, in kilometers?
Meron kayo ano?
Dito po yun natin dinidistribute yung mga opisina po, no? Sa dalawa? Okay. So,
I,
may we know the distance in kilometers? From
I don't
using the main highway or the main route, Mr. President.
I don't have, wait, I will just get the
You say,
exact
okay.
distance. But I was there last, as I mentioned, I rode a motorcycle from Bacolod to San Carlos and going to Dumaguete. It took me about 8 hours. So that's about 400 kilometers. No, back ride, just me.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And that's the same distance also from Dumaguete going south, going back to Bacolod.
Actually, if I may, they're also planning, Your Honors, Minority Leader and our dear sponsor, they're planning to put some in Kabangkalan in the boundary. So, yung sa Negros side, Occidental, ang plano daw nila para mas accessible sa Negros Oriental, there was a talk that they were going to house the major regional offices in Kabangkalan. So, yung Kabangkalan, that's about 1 hour na lang from Dumaguete. Malapit na lang siya.
Who will make the decision, Mr. President, on the actual location of the regional offices?
I
It's
think
not in our law. Hindi natin yung province lang yung in-identify natin, but specific town or ano wala. So who will make the final decision? What is located where?
LGUs po, the LGUs are going to be the ones who are going to give the buildings. So I believe Governor Bong Lacson has said that he might put some of the major centers in
No,
Kabangkalan.
they will offer, Mr. President,
Yes,
pero
offer.
who will agree? Okay, yes, we will put in Kabangkalan the Department of Agriculture Regional Office. Who makes that decision, Mr. President?
Ano yung composition? There is a NIRTWG, Your Honor,
There you
Mr.
go.
President. So, that will be composed of DILG, DILG, DBM, and NEDA, and likewise representatives of both province of the 3 provinces, Your Honor, and also the elected members of the House of Representatives.
Will the location be subjected to a vote, Mr. President?
From the last meeting that we had with the Senate President, they have already agreed on the distribution already.
No,
The provinces.
our bill is clear as to how the offices will be distributed between 2 provinces. Pero yung actual location nga, ang tanong ko. Whether it's in Bacolod,
meron na
Kabangkalan, Cadiz City, Negros Oriental, Occidental po lahat yun. But who makes that final decision?
With your permission, gentlemen, meron na kasi silang existing buildings already. So it's probably going to be in the existing buildings of the regional centers. So,
Meron.
may existing na because it was already activated for 3 years. So, yung DPWH Regional Director for NIR already had an office in Kabangkalan. Their offices were in Kabangkalan. And then I believe there were some offices of different agencies in Bacolod. Meron na rin sa Dumaguete.
Sige, thank you for that, Mr. President. Basta klaro lang po yan kasi that might also cause the delay in the implementation of this law, Mr. President. Actually, meron pa tayong technical working group kaya ang inisip ko there is a time lag siguro when we approve the bill and then the actual putting up of the regional centers, Mr. President. What would be the expected time lag, Mr. President? Taon ba ito?
3 years. Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, about expected times about 3 years. And likewise, if I may add, there are already existing satellite offices in Negros Occidental and Oriental that will be used. So I have a list which I can forward
Yes,
to
baka
the minority leader later.
Baka maka-fast track yun, ano? The existence
yes,
of our
that will be easier because
Well, okay, thank you. The Senate President mentioned the parang mga positions of officials lower than the governor. Are these all documented, Mr. President? Is there a way to consult the opinion of the people, Mr. President?
Meron yata naman lahat. We have all the, I believe, the good sponsor, together with House of Representatives, of all the Sangguniang Panlalawigan endorsements, including endorsements from the local government units.
Yes, and
I presume, no? Because we cannot pass these measures.
are we
without-
claiming that all up to the municipal level, Mr. President, they all passed, the Sanggunians all passed resolutions parang expressing their willingness to be part of the NIR? Is that our claim? Kasi if yes, then that should be documented, Mr. President.
With respect to my dear colleagues, I don't know about the local municipal LGUs. I know the Sangguniang Panlalawigans, yes.
Board. Yes.
Both.
Thank you.
all three provinces.
Of all, yes. At least we have that, ano? Yan, sure tayo doon. We have that. We have the board resolutions of the 3 provinces which will compose the NIR, Mr. President.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mr. President, Section 5, creation of technical working group. We don't have any provision as to the funding of the technical working group. Should the section be necessary, Mr. President? So maybe the sponsor can amend.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, thank you for pointing it out, but they will propose an amendment
Yes.
that will include the funding for the CENTWG.
Okay. Just a few more questions, Mr. President. Bakit ang Siquijor hindi natin binalatuan ng kahit isang regional office, Mr. President?
If I may answer, they themselves had said it's all right because baka masyadong mahirapan naman yung
Pupunta.
yung pupunta doon. But they're happy that it's in Dumaguete. The major ones are in Dumaguete.
Okay, Mr. President, ang sabi natin declaration of policy, the state wants to promote efficiency in government. How does the NIR promote efficiency given the fact that even the regional offices we are distributing separated by 400 kilometers of distance, Mr. President?
I think it's only about 200 kilometers.
Okay. Yes.
About 200 kilometers.
What is the correct na? What is the
Yung
correct?
total is that's 2 days of
What's the
riding.
correct?
Your Honor.
200 na, 200.
About 200
the most direct way. Sige. Will that promote efficiency, Mr. President?
Yes, if I may read the rationale. Of course, first of all, the creation of the NIR will usher a unified and coordinated island development planning and will accelerate the economic transformation of Negros. As to your point, there will be efficiency in the delivery of government services. Negreses will no longer cross the seas to the respective government regional offices for transaction and services. And under the Negros Island region, national government services will be more accessible to all Negrenses and Siquihodnons because government agencies will be divided among the 2 provinces and some will be strategically situated based on their needs. Sa Occidental, they will get the agencies or departments that's connected to agri because they're more agricultural. The other side will be for more business and tourism. So aside from the economic gains, the creation of NIR will also facilitate the maintenance of internal security and peace and order. So it will be easier also for the one regional office to supervise one island. Because the existing Negros Oriental, the regional offices is still in police office is still in Cebu and Occidental is in Iloilo. So there will be integrated development planning, tourism promotion and development and protection of the environment and management of disaster risk reduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. At any rate, Mr. President, governance is actually an experiment. You really make adjustments all the time, Mr. President. So parang evolving yan eh. Governance ideas is evolving, are evolving, Mr. President. We are looking for the best formula for good governance or the best governance. And if the people are clamoring for it, who are we to say that we should not continue with this experiment being clamored by the people to be affected, Mr. President? So So we have been sufficiently, this representation has been sufficiently clarified, Mr. President. I thank the sponsor and I interpose no objection to the creation of the Negros Island region. Congratulations to the authors also, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
about the idea.
Minority
Thank you
Floor
to our
Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to thank the Minority Leader for supporting also the Negros Island region bill.
He's a PROMD like us. He's from a provincia, so he knows how much development can be attained when these regional offices are there. Thank you very much, my dear colleague, Senator Pimentel. Session suspended for a minute. Majority Leader, our distinguished colleague from Bohol and Davao, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the good sponsor yield to just one short question, Mr. President?
Of course, anytime. Especially that we are, it's like we're going to sing. We're the same color.
Boy
Everything
band.
up to the shoes.
Boy band, Mr. President. Boy band.
Pareho pang bikers.
Yeah.
Biker.
Yeah, my question, Mr. President, is that during the this particular measure was introduced during the previous Congress, and during the last Congress, the late Governor Digamo had been aggressively campaigning against this particular measure. So, gusto ko lang maklaro, Mr. President, kung sa ngayon, yung present leadership at present sentiment ba ng Negros Oriental is in favor of this particular measure, Mr. President?
Thank you for that question, Your Honor, Mr. President. Yes, that is correct. At that is the reason also that's why we really did not push for this, although this measure was passed already in the House of Representatives, because we wanted to clarify, we wanted to talk to Governor Digamo, who had apprehensions at that time. But I would think that it was more political, no? Because those who passed the measure in the House are not his allies, because the Governor Digamo is an independent. But before he passed away, we already had we were able to talk to him already, no? Kaya lang sayang nga lang po ay yun nangyari sa kanya. But at that time he was already open, because we told him that it was the two Negros provinces that would benefit, and I think Governor Bong Lacson already reached out to him at that time. So I would think, Your Honor, Mr. President, that his apprehension back then was more political, because it was Teves.
Away nila ni Teves. Away Teves yan eh.
Lim Kay Chong.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
these representatives were not his allies back then. But that's the reason, Your Honor, Mr. President, that when he passed away, we talked to the new governor. Unfortunately, the new governor who assumed passed away also. But this time around, the acting governor, Chaco Sagarbaria, and the whole provincial council
Including
already.
the Vice Governor,
Including
na
the Vice-
tao din ni Governor Digamo, yung bagong Vice Governor na yun.
So it's the Negros Oriental already, the province itself already has expressed their full support already for the creation of the Negros Island region. Your Honor.
Actually, they're very excited na, Your Honor. Sa totoo lang. Kasi
Yes, sir.
nasa kanila yung DPWH, yung Negros Oriental, maganda ang development.
DOH also, Your Honor.
DOH,
DBM,
malalaking department.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President, Your Honor, for that clarification. So, with that, I would like to manifest my strong support to this mission, Mr. President.
Thank you very
And
much.
I would like to manifest my intention to be made as co-author of this mission, Mr. President.
Matutuwa yung buong Negros Island sa inyo, Senator Bato.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Kung para sa kabutihan, ay nandyan tayo palagi, Mr. President. Maraming
Almost
salamat.
4 million voters will be happy with you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
That's for sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, before I make the proper motion, may I also be, together with Senator Sani Angara, join the distinguished gentleman from San Juan, our sponsor, and the Senate President to be co-authors of this measure, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, there being no member who wishes to interpolate or ask any further questions, Mr. President, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
May we know if the sponsor would have... Mr. President, first of all, there are no committee amendments being... this is a House bill. I move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize Senator J.V. Ercito.
There being no objection, motion is approved. May I ask for a session, minute suspension, a session suspended for 1 minute.
Previous motion, Mr. President, and recognize the author, the sponsor, Senator J.V. Ercito.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Your Honor, we only have one amendment. On page 4, line 1, insert a new section to read as follows. Section 6, appropriations. The amount necessary to carry out the provisions of this act shall be charged against the current year's appropriations of concerned agencies. Thereafter, the amount needed for the implementation of this act shall be included in the Annual General Appropriations Act. Second, number 2, lastly, renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you.
No objection, Mr.
There are
President.
no objections, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With no other individual amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the period of individual amendments is closed.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2507. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill number
2507.
2507 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations.
Thank you and congratulations to our authors. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2507.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, at this juncture, we are in a receipt of a bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2426 and House Bill number 8525. This is the bill on Tatak Pinoy, Proudly Filipino Act. With the permission of the body, Mr. President, may we recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, the hardworking chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report.
There being no objection, motion approved. We'd like to recognize the very hardworking Committee on Finance Chair, Mr. Tatak Pinoy himself, Senator Angara.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader, distinguished colleagues. Because of the lateness of the hour, I know the Senate has a party and we have other official business to take up. With the permission of the body, I'll just summarize that we made the BICAM made amendments to Section 4, Section 8, Section 8B, and Section 17. And I just propose that it be read into the records for posterity, Mr. President. So move.
Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2426 and House Bill number 8525, and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed read into the records of the chamber. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2426 and House Bill number 8525 is hereby approved and ratified.
Mr. President, Majority Leader, I just want to thank the leadership of the chamber because your support was not only within the chamber but even all the way to the LEDAC and even lobbying with the other house to pass the bill. Many thanks, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. It's a very
Majority Leader, salamat po.
worthwhile measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Mr. President, this juncture, we are in a receipt of a bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2221 and House Bill number 7325. This is the bill on the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers. With the permission of the body, may we recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, the gentleman from Isabela and Davao, Senator Raffy Tulfo, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, the sponsor of the measure, Senator Raffy Tulfo, is recognized.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Migrant Workers and the chairperson of the Senate panel, I have the honor to present the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2221, entitled An Act Providing for the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers, and House Bill number 7325, entitled An Act Instituting the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers. The Senate and the House panels met last December 5, 2023, to discuss and work out a reconciled version of our respective bills. Mr. President, I would like to thank our fellow conferees from the Senate, Majority Floor Leader Joel Villanueva, Senator Francis Cheese Escudero, Senator Amy Marcos, and Deputy Minority Floor Leader Risa Hontiveros, and our conferees from the House of Representatives, led by Congressman Ron Salo, Chairperson of the House Committee on Overseas Worker Affairs, and the head of the House panel, with Representatives Marisa Del Mar, Magsino, Sandro Gonzales, Kimer Adan Olaso, and Marlene Primicias Agabas as members for keeping an open mind in reconciling the different provisions of the bills. Konting-konti na lang po, and this Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers will have concluded its long and turbulent journey. It is ready to go home to our beloved Filipino seafarers and be a lighthouse to their voyages. Mr. President, nobody has a monopoly of good intentions. Lahat po tayo dito, 100% sigurado ako. Ang gusto ay mapabuti ang ating mga marino at ang industriyang kanilang pinagkukunan ng hanap buhay. But of course, in an open marketplace of ideas, we will have different opinions on how to achieve this. Fortunately, the Bicameral Conference Committee that tackled the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers was a collaborative process between representatives from both houses. Everyone has the same intent, to come up with the best law that will protect and promote the interests of our seafarers. Mr. President, I'm happy to announce that matters have been ironed out in the BICAM. First, the matter of the annual leave. In the House version, they required 2.5 days per month in compliance with MLC, while in the Senate version, the annual leave was pegged at 4.5 days based on the industry practice. In the end, the BICAM members agreed at a compromise of 3.5 calendar days per month of employment. Second, the Senate adopted the House version institutionalizing the shipboard training, which will be regulated and monitored by the Marina. This ultimately addresses the repeated concern on the credentials of our seafarers and their compliance with the STCW. This would fulfill our commitment with the European Maritime Safety Agency, or EMSA. Third, while it took extensive discussions among the BICAM members, we ultimately came up with the provision on the execution of judgment and monetary awards where the winning party would be insured restitution of the disputed monetary award in case of a reversal on appeal. Mr. President, the BICAM version providing for a bond for the disputed portion is a response to the problem of unrestituted amount of 2.57 billion pesos when cases are reversed in favor of ship owners. This is to substantial to be ignored. And indeed, the international shipping industry has taken notice of this. While the number of seafarers deployed seems to be increasing, it is just because the market for seafarers have increased substantially in the past years. In truth, there is already a decline in the market share of Filipino seafarers. We are no longer the first choice of the international shipping industry, despite the fact that they acknowledge that the Filipino seafarer is the best in the industry. Dealing with the complications caused by the ambulance chasers is too cumbersome and costly for them that they would rather hire seafarers from other nations. The move toward providing for a bond has been supported by AMASOP, the biggest seafarers union in the Philippines. This is enough for me to accept that the bond provision is pro-seafarers. In the BICAM version, the said bond would be posted only for the disputed portion of the award. And if the seafarer ultimately prevails in the case, he will be reimbursed by the cost of putting up the bond. This is the win-win solution formulated by the body. The Magna Carta for seafarers is not the final law that will work on to protect our seafarers. Throughout the process, concerns have also been raised regarding the efficacy of the Seafarers Protection Act. I have taken note of these and will initiate its review next year. Also, if there are other laws that need to be passed or amended that could not be addressed in this law, I assure everyone in the industry, our seafarers, the manning agencies, and their principals, and our lead government agencies that I will immediately push for legislation that will effectively target those concerns at hindi po dito nagtatapos ang trabaho natin. Mr. President, I now move that we approve the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2221 and House Bill number 7325, an act providing for the Magna Carta of seafarers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. We join the motion of our distinguished colleague to approve and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2221 and House Bill number 7325, and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed read into the records of the chamber. So moved, Mr. President.
Before I do that, I'd just like to congratulate the sponsor. This, sir, is a landmark measure. Ilang dekada na to hinihiling ng ating mga seafarers. It's your term and your watch that made it happen.
Thank you, Mr.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
There being no objection, and of course all the authors of the measure as well. There being no objection, Bicameral Conference Committee report the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2221 and House Bill number 7325 is hereby approved and ratified. Congratulations.
Mr. President, may I be allowed to just
Yes.
give a few words?
Please
Mr.
proceed.
President, in the interest of time, we'd like to have our explanation of vote on the Bicameral Conference Committee of the Magna Carta of Seafarers be inserted into the records, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I just wanted to put on record that at last, Mr. President, we have a law protecting and giving due justice to our Filipino seafarers. And one thing is clear, Mr. President, there is no mention of escrow or fiduciary account in the bicameral report. We also believe, Mr. President, that any reimbursement due to the seafarer should be automatically given to him, including legal interest, Mr. President. Nagpapasalamat po tayo sa pamumuno ng ating kaibigan, kasamahan, chairperson ng Senate Committee on Migrant Workers na si Senator Raffy Tulfo dahil karamihan po sa ating mga iminungkahing amyenda na inilahad po natin dito sa Senado noong pa man ay nanatiling nakapaloob sa Bicameral Committee report ng Magna Carta for Seafarers. Kaisa po tayo, Mr. President, ng ating mga marino para siguruhin na magkaroon po ng isang tunay na Magna Carta para po sa ating mga bagong bayani. Maraming salamat and may God bless us all, Mr. President. the distinguished lady, our Deputy Minority Leader, would just like to insert or manifest. Is taking the floor. I move that she be recognized,
We
Mr. President.
recognize the
Senator Rizzo
Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Rizzo Ontiveros.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Yes, I would just like to manifest that I will I request to have my explanation of yes vote to the Magna Carta of Seafarers inserted into the record. Salamat
We
kaayo,
take
Mr.
note.
President.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minority Floor Leader. Minority Floor Leader.
Sen Pia, please. Mr. President, at this juncture, Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2449 under Committee Report number 137. This is the bill on the organizational reforms in the Philippine National Police. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion approved.
Mr. President, again, the parliamentary status of the measures that we are still in the period of interpellation and with the consent of the body, I move that we resume the period of interpellations and debate and recognize, Mr. President, the sponsor of the measure, no other than the gentleman from Bohol and Davao, no other than Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa.
Yes, the
And also,
hardworking
Mr. President,
Sponsor.
to interpellate, Mr. President, is the distinguished lady from the city of Taguig and Pateros, no other than Senator Pia Cayetana. So move, Mr. President.
our distinguished colleagues, also from the city of Taguig, is recognized to interpolate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President, with the permission of the sponsor, as I mentioned to him in the lounge, I just really have a few clarificatory questions and maybe not really on the provisions, really just clarificatory questions. So with the permission of the sponsor, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor. Saan yung sinasabi ko ng mga batas? Mga batas na ina-observe natin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am referring to the salient features of the substitute bill, which is part of the submission under the committee report. And it states here that the objective is as follows. The bill seeks to address the current loopholes in the country's criminal justice system by ensuring systematized representation in the police force. What does that mean, Mr. President? Systematized representation. How is that shown in the bill? Because I read the bill, Mr. President, and we understand that there are certain powers given to the PNP, the chief, and then there's the creation of different units, but we are not clear on how this systematized representation, which I believe is a very important objective.
Well, Mr. President, we aim to systematize everything in this bill because previously yung sources of legislation na pinanggalingan ay merong galing sa Napolcom, merong galing sa iba-iba pong sources, Mr. President. So, gusto natin isahin through this measure.
What does His Honor mean by sources? Are you referring reference material or are you referring to the recruit?
Law, Mr. President. Law, Mr. President, Your Honor.
So what His Honor is saying that this,
Akin na nga yung content. Bigyan mo ako ng objective.
so what His Honor is saying is the objective of this bill is to consolidate various laws governing the PNP?
Mr. President, 1 minute suspension.
Session suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, actually, we are debating it here with my COMSEC about the term systematized representation in the police forces, because this is not, there is no mention about this in the bill itself.
Yun nga po, Mr. President,
yun
kaya
nga,
ako
Mr. President, kaya nga kami nagdedebate dito dahil wala naman talaga, there's no mention about this in the bill.
But it's a great objective. Would His Honor agree?
Yeah, it's a good objective, Mr. President, Your Honor. It's a great objective. Magandang objective po ito. But I found it very difficult to defend this particular line because nothing in this bill that says about this objective. So para bang, pwede, anyway, this is not part and parcel of the bill. Parang introductory wordings lang ito.
Okay lang, Mr. President, I can move on.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
But if His Honor will agree that this is a good, it is a good, it does express the intention na magkaroon ng systematized representation in the police force, different approach in recruitment process that will ensure strategized delivery of service in order to promote general welfare, institute safeguards and other mechanisms to eliminate graft and corruption. If that objective still captures the essence of this bill, then I will still proceed even though that phrase is not present in the bill.
Certainly, Mr. President, Your Honor, you can proceed, please.
So ang next line kasi is different approach in recruitment. So I was really interested in that kasi my understanding na ako na lang magbibigay ng sarili kong understanding of systematized representation, and I'm pretty sure it's limited kasi nanggaling po yan sa mga experts nyo. But my limited understanding would be, tatagalugin ko, di magkakaroon ng sistema to ensure na meron tayong representation from all over the country. Naisip ko, not just sa gender, which is what I told His Honor na yun ang particular line of interest ko, to be sure na magkaroon ng representation ng kababaihan. And how will you go about that recruitment process? Will you go to the schools telling them that the PNP is going to provide a bright future for you? Ganun ba yun? Kasi hindi ko alam kung yun ang ibig sabihin nun. And then, baka the representation also means that they will recruit from all over the country so that those from the north and the south, you will have a united PNP. Di ba nare-reassign po kayo, Mr. President? Is that correct? Di ba that's part of it? So, whether ikaw ay taga Ilocos at ma-assign ka sa Davao and vice versa, united ang ang training and yung moral nyo isa yan, and it will help nga itong ensure the general welfare, institute safeguards and other mechanisms. So
yes,
that,
Mr. President.
Tama ba yun yung intindi
That's
ko?
correct, Madam, Your Honor, Mr. President. You are correct. Actually, the PNP just follow one program of instruction in all its trainings, whether regardless of what region is conducting the training, Mr. President, isa lang po yung program of instruction na sinusunod natin.
But on that note, I have an issue with that because although I understand na iisa, would there already be modifications that would address the different backgrounds of your recruits such that it's possible that in certain regions, talagang equal ang tingin nila sa kababaihan. And then it's possible in certain regions with different cultures, mababa ang tingin nila sa babae. So hindi pa pwedeng one kind of instruction only because kailangan maiba ang pananaw nung nire-recruit nyo sa lugar na yon to be sure that they're following the Philippine principle of equality among women. Kasi paano ho kung magkaroon tayo ng general na hindi katulad nyo, na galing sa South pero hindi open-minded on the ability of a woman to rise through the ranks and to be a co-equal how many star general. Or they will not treat the women with the same kind of respect and provide the support system needed para makaangat din sila through the ranks.
Well, actually, Mr. President, Your Honor, Right now, I can proudly say that the PNP is a very mature organization as far as gender issues is concerned. Lahat po ng programa tungkol lahat po ng mga batas patungkol sa gender ay ino-observe po ng PNP. Like for example, the observance of yung mga batas ay? Observance of Republic Act number 6725, Republic Act 7192, the Magna Carta for Women Act. Lahat po ito ino-observe ng PNP, Mr. President, Your Honor. At yung general policy po yan sa recruitment ng PNP that there should be at least 10% of the recruited of the recruits are women, and 5% of the budget of the PNP is dedicated for gender development. Mr. President, Your Honor.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Mr. President. I will revert with a quick comment on the percentage, no? Yung nabanggit niyo po is 15%, ang minimum of 15% yung goal, no?
For the recruitment.
For the recruitment.
But right now, Mr. President, Your Honor, the actual strength of PNP is that the ratio is 1 woman, 2 women per 10 men in the PNP.
That's 20%.
So 20%.
Oo.
20%.
But tama ho ba yung assumption ko that there would be areas in the organization na mas maraming babae at meron ding mas konti?
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, particularly on the area of administrative services,
Okay.
mas maraming babae doon kaysa lalaki.
How about health? Kasi
Health
kung marami
also.
kayong nurse, chances are mas maraming babae. Marami ding nurse na lalaki, but chances are mas malaki ang, di ba, no?
Yes,
Okay. So,
you're
let's
correct.
accept that there are areas that naturally inclined ang kababaihan doon. Maybe because since childhood, they were, yung mindset nila is administrative work, no? So may mga accountant dyan, may mga bookkeeper, whatever. And then sa health din, madalas pumapasok dyan as nurses. I have no issue with that. But again, we want to ensure that all areas, so that's the clear answer I want to hear, all areas, unless it's a hazard to a woman, and I also respect and understand that because like in the airline industry, I'm not sure after what month of pregnancy, tatanggalin ka na sa duty mo as a flight attendant, no? And that's for the safety of the woman. So I am very conscious of that, and I would want to make sure that PNP takes into consideration the special biological functions of a woman. But on that note, meron ding efforts to ensure that may opportunity din ang mga babae to enter all fields.
Yes, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to answer regarding the issue on yung sa women, Mr. President, I would like to assure you that there is no prohibition for women to enter in any field of the PNP or any subunits of the PNP. So, kuan po, equal po ang opportunity ng isang babae at isang lalaki sa lahat ng unit na gusto niyang mapuntahan. In fact, the most difficult unit, the Special Action Force, marami pong babae doon ngayon na naka-assign. So, may equal opportunity na po, Mr. President, Your
Yes.
Honor.
Thank you. But, Mr. President, may I ask His Honor to assure me that the leadership of PNP knows that having no prohibition is not the same as having equal opportunity. Yung no prohibition simply means, hindi naman nakalakampin to pumasok ka kung gusto mo. But what if you don't have access. You don't even know the hallway that leads to that door. You don't know if you are welcome in that door. Yun naman ho ang sa akin. I have had experiences where I have felt unwelcome. And yun ang point na kailangan clear sa leadership. Iba yung no prohibition, iba yung you are welcome. Here are the skill sets you need. Here is the training we will give you so that you can have the opportunity. Because baka yung pinagdaanan mo sa 4-year course mo, did not equip you. Bigyan ka namin ng extra para magka-opportunity ka talaga to enter that door, whatever that door is.
What I mean when I say no prohibition, Mr. President, Your Honor, is that mahirap rin kasi kung gagawa tayo na kailangan dito babae o ito lalaki. Itong male-dominated na unit like Special Action Force, sabihin natin na itong position ito dapat babae. Kasi ang binibigyan rin natin yung chance yung individual female policeman na to exercise her own free will na kung gusto niya pumasok, okay. Kung ayaw niya, hindi siya pinipilit na pumasok. So, ganun pong ibig sabihin natin doon, Mr. President, Your Honor, na walang prohibition. Kung gusto niyo, welcome kayo. Welcome kayo sa lahat na gusto niyong pasukan dito sa organisasyon ng PNP.
Mr. President, I appreciate your candidness in your response, but I believe there is still either hindi ko naiintindihan or meron talagang gap in what is being practiced and what should be practiced. Because, for example, no, I'm an athlete, and I am certain, with all due respect, I can outrun most of my male colleagues in a running event now. Okay, I'm certain. And it's not because I'm a superwoman or anything, but I'm a runner kasi. Yun lang naman yun, runner ako. Take note, I didn't say bike kasi hindi ko na ma-outbike si Senator JV kasi kakabike lang yan ng 200 kilometers. So I didn't say bike. But run, baka I will outrun most of my colleagues. So on that note, pag nakita ng CO, tama ba, commanding officer, nakita niya na, tindi ng skills ng babaeng to tapos pala, meron pala siyang background din patry out nyo nga dito sa kung ano man division yun na hindi lang yung it's open. You have to seek them out and see what opportunities can really be applied to women who may be suited for those other positions that are predominantly male. Because if you just announce it's open, it's not enough for us. I'm telling you, I am an accomplished female. But there are doors that have been very hard for me to open because they are traditionally for men.
Well, yeah, actually, Mr. President, it has been a practice of the PNP. Yung sinasabi mo na mag-encourage, mag-recruit, mag-motivate ng mga female na pumasok sa ganitong particular fields. Like for example, I will give you an example. Nung ako'y si PNP na nakita ko yung mga babae na magagaling magmotor. Sabihan ko siya, uy, why don't you join the highway patrol
That's
group?
what I wanted to hear, Mr. President.
Yeah, magaling ka
That's
magmotor.
the example. Yun, we're done. I'm done. I'm ready to move on with the next question. That's all I needed to hear, Mr.
Yes,
President.
kasi well, ang gusto naman talaga natin, maximum and optimized utilization of resources.
Exactly.
So, kailangan gamitin natin yung kanilang special skill.
So may I ask for your picture with a female motorcycle PNP plastered all over the PNP offices? That is now going to be the reminder that look out for these women with these particular skills and invite them like what you said. Uy, magaling yan, sumama ka. That's what I wanted to hear. That's all. I'm really happy with that response. Thank you.
Mr.
And that's why
President.
I know, sabi ko, teka, hindi lang tayo nagkakaintindihan because I know the sponsor, Mr. President. I know him to be the kind of person who will look for these opportunities. But I wanted to elicit that response so that the whole PNP organization will hear this. And this debate that we're having will go on record for eternity. Ito yung hinahanap ko.
Yes,
Thank you
Mr.
for that,
President.
Mr.
You're
President. So, I will end actually by just saying, yun lang, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I will end by simply saying that the committee I chair, Sustainable Development, Innovation, and Futures Thinking, I want that embedded in the culture and in the institution. And the only way it can happen, Mr. President, is that meron kayong offices who are in charge of this. Why is sustainability and futures thinking so important? His Honor will recall that on a few occasions, we have had the discussion on what will the future challenges be on peace and order. We've had this discussion, remember? Ano ba ang nagiging cause ng mga problema natin? Ngayon, may petty thefts tayo dahil nanakawin yung cellphone para mabenta kasi gutom ang pamilya. Malamang yon, di ba? Baka naman drug addict din talaga yon na kahit na may pagkain yung pamilya na, drug addict siya, bibili pala siya ng drugs, no? Hindi pala pagkain para sa pamilya niya. But why do these crimes happen? The example I'll give is scarcity of water. So that is a security issue. Di ba, napag-usapan natin yan. Security issues of the future, lack of food, lack of water, including our problems with West Philippine Seas because that's a source. Sabi nyo nga, resources. Diyan nanggagaling yung isda natin. So, I want the future problems that the PNP will face to be embedded in their thinking and in their planning. What kind of crimes do you foresee in 10 years, in 20 years, in 30 years? How do you equip your police force for that? Now, it's very possible that maybe a lot of the women, for that matter, maybe a lot of men, ang mas may skill sa whether it's IT or itong futures thinking practice would be the one to prepare PNP for that future. So, babalik ako dun sa unang tanong ko na ano yung systematized representation na gusto nyo that will ensure strategized delivery of service in order to promote general welfare, institute safeguards, and other mechanisms to eliminate graft and corruption, etc., etc. Babalik din ako dun. So, maybe at the proper time, I will be happy to make those proposals, but I would appreciate it very much if the leadership in PNP would already be, you can already assure me that they are open to all of this, to really be addressing the problems of the future by way of having a possible futures thinking team, which, by the way, this representation has included in already a number of departments in the Philippine government. We have a futures thinking and sustainable office in the following: DepEd, DOH, NEDA. So I think it should also be part of the PNP institution, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, the PNP is open to that idea.
Yeah.
And it is a welcome idea to the PNP. Yes.
Our chairman of the Committee on Basic Ed and of course our head of our EDCOM committee reminded me that we have a budget in every state, university, and college. It's a futures thinking budget. So I can also ask PNP to go to any state university and partner with them, and for that matter, meron din ang DAP, and you can send people there to be educated on futures thinking. You can partner with these SUCs for research on what you should be preparing for, and let's again maximize our resources, Mr. President. I end on that note, Mr. President. I of course support this measure and whatever we can do to strengthen our PNP and provide the support that our institution needs to do their job at their best possible, in the best possible way. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, Your Honor. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much,
Yes.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Mr. President.
Congratulations to our dear sponsor for a job well done and for the patience of everyone, including the members who interpolated. There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, before I move for a minute suspension, Mr. President, may I just take the opportunity to acknowledge some guests of this representation, our GIP interns from the great province of Bulacan. They represent all the towns of Bulacan who are here today. May I be allowed, Mr. President, to acknowledge all of them this evening. Thank you very much, Mr.
Welcome to
President.
the Senate. Welcome to the Senate.
Thank you very much.
GRPO?
GIP, Mr. President, the Government Internship
GIP.
Program of DOLE, Mr. President.
Government Internship Program.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended for a minute.
Good luck to our employees here, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2449. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, second to the last item that we're going to tackle today is the resumption of the consideration of Senate Bill number 2386 under Committee Report number 99. This is the Real Property Valuation and Assessment Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is
Mr.
approved.
President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellations and debate. With that, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, and to continue with this interpellation, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Maybe the good Minority Floor Leader could ask only just maybe 2 questions and then continue next year.
Isa pa tayo, boss.
We'd like to
Wait, isa pa,
recognize the
boss, ha?
sponsor and the Minority
you.
Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're also excited to the grand raffle draw, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we can resume our interpretation. It really depends on the answer, Mr. President. Sometimes we are excited because of the answer, the insightful answer given by the sponsor, Mr. President. So it will lead to 5 to 10 other questions, Mr. President. The BLGF is here, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, they're here.
To honor the presence of the BLGF. Sila po yung maging the BLGF is the most affected agency when this bill becomes law, no? In the sense that additional work for them and maybe the office needs to be expanded, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, in the bill, we are expanding the responsibilities of the BLGF.
Yes.
And we're also expanding their offices, Mr. President. Manpower, Mr.
Yes.
President.
Do we have a preliminary estimate, Mr. President, of the budgetary implication of this law on the BLGF alone, Mr.
Yes,
President?
Mr. President. BLGF, 79 people. Mr. President, they will be adding 79 people in the main office, Mr. President, just to handle the new role of the schedule of updating of the schedule of market values, Mr. President.
79 personnel
Personnel.
because they will be distributed among our administrative regions, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
Or provinces?
Well, majority will be here in the central office, but they'll be distributed in other areas as well to monitor the updating of schedule of market values, Mr. President. But I'll get you the exact peso value in terms of budgetary addition. 54.5 billion. They'll be adding 54.5 million pesos a year, Mr. President.
54.5
million pesos a year, Mr. President.
The BLGF needs the additional manpower because they need to do what, Mr. President?
But, Mr. President, the primary responsibility is to make sure that the local government units update their schedule of market values. They will also promulgate the standards for the local government units to follow. They will also be responsible to check whether the local government units follow the standards when they update the schedule of market values. We also created consultative bodies, Mr. President, in which the BLGF will participate in, Mr. President. So there'll be a consultative body for the national scale, and then there'll be a consultative body for the regional scale, Mr. President.
The consultative bodies are to be supported financially by the BLGF? Maintained by the BLGF, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. Yes. They will also be maintained.
Kasama na po yun sa estimate natin?
Kasama na ba yun sa estimate? Yung sa 54? Yung mga consultative bodies? Kasama na sa 54? Not yet, Mr. President.
Not yet, oh.
Not yet.
So siguro, Mr. President, at any rate, di naman natin ito ma-approve ngayong gabi. So siguro by next year, even if I end my interpellation, if for the record, the sponsor
Yeah.
can say yung budgetary implication po nitong ano na to, itong
Correct.
bill na to, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, I don't think it will be substantial because they're not required to meet, they're only required to meet once a quarter, Mr. President, and as often as possible.
Yes, but meron special body yata at the regional level, Mr. President, times 18 kagad yun. 18 bodies to meet, Mr. President.
The consultative.
Pag may NIR na, 19 na, Mr. President.
Yeah, but does it include here? Pag nagko-convene sila?
Ano na po yun? Baka budget na po ng regional offices.
Yeah. Well, Mr. President, the 54 million is for the personnel, but we'll give you the exact number for the convening of the consultative body, Mr. President. So the cost, I can see that the cost is mostly when they convene, for example, logistical requirements, of course, secretariat responsibilities. So we'll get you the exact number, Mr. President, for that.
So when the expanded BLGF is already in place, Mr. President, sino ba ang ifa-follow up or imo-monitor or isusupervise nitong BLGF personnel natin? Would it be the assessors? Would it be the sanggunian? Would it be the local chief executive, Mr. President?
The local chief executive and the assessors, Mr. President, because the actual updating will be conducted by the assessor's office, Mr. President. But since the assessors report to the local chief executive, it will also be the local chief executive that they will be interacting with, Mr. President.
So who reminds the sanggunian, Mr. President? Kasi as we explained before, ang nagamit nga natin example, yung pinakamataas, times 65 yung pag hindi gumalaw si sanggunian, ma-update si schedule of market values, times 65 ang RPT na babayaran ng kanyang constituents. Kaya siguro more reasonable, lalagyan na lang natin times 3. Pero malaki pa rin po yun. Magugulat ang mga real property taxpayers yun. That is pag hindi gumalaw ang sanggunian. So, in our bill, is there a mechanism to constantly remind the sanggunian that they need to do something, Mr. President, after the updating of the schedule of market values?
Yeah. Well, Mr. President, in the law, it's also the BLGF's responsibility to follow the procedure as prescribed in the law. That includes the enactment of the corresponding ordinances from the sanggunian.
That's why I asked
yes.
earlier, Mr.
Yeah.
President. So kasama si sanggunian, medyo i-remind ng BLGF personnel.
Yes. Well, the first step, Mr. President, is the assessor. So regardless if the sanggunian will enact an ordinance using the new schedule of market values, the assessor needs to update it every 3 years so it's attuned to the market prices. Now, on the enactment of the revenue code, which contains the assessment level and the tax levels, the sanggunians are mandated also to enact that. And the BLGF will also be monitoring and also interacting with the sanggunians and the mayor for the enactment of that ordinance, Mr. President.
Si assessor, Mr. President, ang assessor ang gagawa ng schedule of market values natin. Tama?
Yes, Mr. President.
It's the assessors.
It's the assessors. That's why, Mr. President, in the bill, we're also expanding the assessor's office because during the hearing, that was the request of the local government units that if this will be conducted every 3 years, they also need to expand their capability, Mr. President.
Assessment levels, yung percentage na yon, are done by the sanggunian through an ordinance.
Done by the sanggunian, but the basis of which, Mr. President, is the tax impact study that the assessor will submit to the sanggunian, Mr. President.
Pero the final determination ng actual percentages. Pero limited po ito ng this limited by the local government code.
Yes, correct.
A range is given, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. So depending on what the local government wants to achieve, for example, they want a status quo RPT due or tax due, they can the assessor can recommend what will be the appropriate assessment level and tax levels, Mr.
Who heads the BLGF, Mr. President?
Right now,
What is the rank? What is the rank or position or
ASEC, no? Ano siya, ASEC? A director. It's headed by an executive director, with the rank of Director 4, Mr. President.
and then the BLGF is found in what department, Mr. President?
In Department of Finance, Mr.
So
President.
DOF siya. So
DOF.
Very critical kasi
Yes, very critical, Mr.
Very
President.
critical. Since we are changing a lot of things, Mr. President, actually we are overhauling as an established system already, Mr. President. So very critical ngayon yung, are we aside from expanding the manpower of BLGF, are we reorganizing the office?
Of BLGF, Mr.
Yes.
President? Just additional manpower, Mr.
Yun
President.
lang nga. Okay.
Yes.
So yung kind of hierarchy and decision
In fact,
making depends on one person sa dulo, the executive director.
Correct, Mr. President.
Is the decision of the executive director reviewable by the Secretary of Finance?
Based on the law, yes, Mr. President. They can be reviewed by the DOF Secretary.
So the Secretary of Finance reviews the decision of the executive director of the BLGF, and then all schedule of market values are considered only as proposals because they also need, all of these need to be approved by the Secretary of Finance.
The approval will be limited to the compliance to the standard, Mr. President. So they will not, the Secretary of Finance will not approve on the values, but rather whether the local government units follow the standards as prescribed by the BLGF, Mr. President.
Sabi natin po, assessor ang involved dito sa schedule of market value. So standards lang pala ito. So yung mismong amounts, kailan po lalabas yun? Yung mga mismong amounts po.
Pag pinapare nila yung schedule of market values, Mr. President, there's a standard that they have to follow. And those standards are methodologies. For example, I saw the Philippine Valuation Standards. For example, information gathering, the methodology to gather information, what type of data, and then what type of methodology in order to come up with a valuation. So those are the standards that will be promulgated by the BLGF. And the assessor will follow those standards to come up with a number, with an scheduled market value. So the approval of the BLGF Executive Director and also the Secretary of Finance will be limited to whether they follow the standards or not. But as to the exact value, the Secretary of Finance will not approve the value, Mr.
But the
President.
Secretary of Finance will be looking at the values. Then sasabihin lang niya na, I see something fishy with the values. You did not follow the international standards. Ganun ba?
Well, Mr. President, in the law, we limited it to the standards, Mr. President. So the values, the values should not be the ultimate decision-making point. The decision-making point is whether they follow the standards or not, Mr. President.
Because on paper, Mr. President, I can always claim I follow the standards. How will the Secretary of Finance know that if we did or if we really followed or not? You have to look at our output, Mr. President, and the output are values, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, the output are values, but they're also the method on reaching that output, Mr. President, is what we are standardizing, Mr. President.
So, how will this work? Kasi all the while, yun po yung naisip ko na the Secretary of Finance will be overworked kung dadaanan talaga niya yung values. So, nobody goes over the values, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, that's quite voluminous.
Kaya
the values.
no one will go over the values. The values, the SMV, the schedules are finalized by the assessor.
Yes, Mr. President.
And
Yes.
no one reviews the values.
No one reviews the values.
Okay.
It's only the methodology that the BLGF reviews, Mr. President. So they have to make sure that, for example, information gathering is based on the standard. For example, the data that they will be used is based on the standards.
So
Mr.
when will we know that the schedule of market values are the ones to be observed already? who gives now the go signal na yan ang sundin natin?
Mr. President, once the standards are followed, then the Secretary of Finance ultimately will approve that schedule of market value, Mr. President.
The amounts.
The amounts, Mr. President.
So, darating din natin sa Secretary of Finance yung amounts.
But the consideration, Mr. President, will not be only be the amounts. The consideration will be the standards, Mr. President.
The proof of the pudding kasi is in the amounts, Mr. President.
I get your...
Di ba, I can always claim, no, yes, sir, we collected all the data. Ito yung amounts. And so, tama ang understanding ko, the Secretary of Finance will also review the amounts.
Well, Mr. President, I see your point, Mr. President, but the schedule of market values for all local government units is quite voluminous. No? Every street, every area, every barangay will have their own market value. So physically, it's going to be impossible for the Secretary of Finance to review each and every value, Mr. President.
Di ba ang isang purpose po nito that even the BIR will use the schedule of market values?
Yes, Mr. President.
So who will now say, at what point in time will we say na ito na yung at play na schedule of market values when it is published by the assessor?
Yes, it will be published, Mr. President.
Yun na yun.
Yes, Mr. President.
No one reviewed the values to be published by the assessor.
The in the bill, Mr. President, they will submit it to the BLGF regional, so they will review the standards, and then they will submit it to the Secretary of Finance to also look at the standards, Mr. President. Even right now, Mr. President, in the local government, the BLGF and the Secretary of Finance, they don't review the market value. They only prescribe the standards, Mr. President, and they only prescribe the time frame in which the local government units should update their schedule of market values, Mr.
So that's
President.
the rule now. That's already being observed now.
Yes, Mr. President.
So why do we need this law, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, we need these laws because the schedule of market values now will be in the hands of the assessor, and it will not require an ordinance anymore, Mr. President. So what will be left to the local government units will be the assessed value and the tax rate.
Because right now, the schedule of market values are passed by ordinance?
Yes, Mr. President. It's also
So,
passed by ordinance.
Isn't that a better system, Mr. President? Ilang mata yung nagre-review?
Well, Mr. President, what happens is because of political considerations, most often than not, the schedule of market values are not being updated. Even though the assessor updates it because of the local government code, but it's not approved by the Sanggunian, Mr. President.
Then that's my point, Mr. President. Kaya nga, the assessor will update it, will file a report na I followed the international valuation standards, na-convince ang reviewing authorities like the executive director of the BLGF and then the Secretary of Finance, but they will not look at the values, di ba? Kasi doon sila titingin lang sa report eh.
Yes.
That, yes, sir, we followed international valuation standards. Then wala nang naging non-political yung entire process. Wala na pong titingin sa values. Pag hindi kumilos si Sanggunian, times 3 ang RPT.
Well, Mr. President, that's where the Sanggunian needs to enact an ordinance to lower down the assessment levels as well as the tax rates, because there are two other variables that they control, and they can
Kaya
lower
nga.
it down all the way to
Yeah.
1%, Mr. President.
We made one part non-political kasi sabi natin ayaw natin ng involvement ng mga politiko. But the last two steps are political, and ang ending natin, it will be the same RPT value, Mr. President. So
Okay,
what was the entire point, Mr. President?
That's a possibility. The entire point, Mr. President, is the market value that the local government units use are now attuned to the real market value in their locality. I'll give you an example, Mr. President, and this was just given to us in Cebu. It was given to us by BLGF, and I was actually quite surprised. And I'll flash it on the screen, Mr. President. Cebu, the last time they updated their schedule of market value is 2003, Mr. President. And if you see the South Road properties, this is where the reclamation area the new casinos are, all the new developments are there. The market value that they use currently is 1,200 pesos per square meter, Mr. President. In IT Business Park, Mr. President, which is their new central business district, it's only 6,000 pesos, Mr. President. The Cebu Business Park, where Ayala is, it's only 9,000 pesos per square meter. The proposed SMV is actually what the Cebu local government proposed to increase, Mr. President. So my point of the matter is, there's really big discrepancy between what the local governments are using right now and what the real market value is existing or prevailing in that area.
Right now, Mr. President, right now, present state of the law, who can raise the SMB values, Mr. President?
The process will be the assessors will update they call it fair market value right now, the fair market value, and then the Sanggunian will approve it.
Kaya kung gusto ng Sanggunian, kaya nilang patasin.
Kung gusto ho nila, kaya nila ho.
Ngayon, sa ating bill, kung gusto rin ng Sanggunian, pwede rin niyang i-retain si level ng RPT, Mr. President.
Pwede.
So, ang point ko, Mr. President, si IT Park, kahit ginawa mong 200,000 yan, the Sanggunian is still empowered and has the mechanics to do it, that the RPT will not increase, even if the SMB becomes 200,000 per
Correct,
square meter.
Mr. President. But they have to lower down the
Correct.
assessment
Yes.
level.
Assessment level plus maybe the tax rate.
Yes, Mr.
So they can do
President.
it.
They can do it,
Okay.
Mr. President.
Ngayon, they can do it if you want to increase it, but after the bill, if the bill becomes law, they can still do it, that we will not feel anything. The taxpayers will not feel
Yes,
anything.
Mr. President. That's a possible scenario, Mr. President. A highly possible scenario, Mr.
And
President.
then now, yung mga national agencies which want updated market values, they can do it.
The agencies who want...
Like BIR, they can do it, right? Na yung yung valuation na ginagamit nila for transactions to tax the transaction are so-called updated market values.
Zonal
also.
valuation. Yes.
Which in theory are the latest.
In theory, yes.
Yes, in
Yes.
theory are the latest market values.
Yes, Mr. President.
So it can be done, it has been done, and it is being done.
Yes, Mr. President.
So, baka maglalaro lang po tayo rito, Mr. President, na what's the point? I mean, we will now update the SMB for the local government units, but they will do actions so that the RPT will not increase. But then, yung updated SMB, we use the justification that other agencies will do it, will use them, which they can also do now on their own, Mr. President.
BIR is only one agency out of the 23, Mr. President. I'll give you an example, Mr. President. DPWH, when they do right-of-way expropriations, they gather information. No? And one of the critical information that they use is the tax declaration of the property owner. And typically, the tax declaration will have very low fair market value in their local government unit. So in other words, that's where the inconsistency will happen, because the prevailing market value will be higher, no? And that's what the landowner will demand, but the tax declaration will be low. So that's what the government will demand, and that's where the debate comes in, and of course it prolongs the whole process.
Under present law, can the real property owner improve the amount in his tax declaration?
By his own, Mr. President?
Yung assessor po kasi nagko-compute. So based po siya dun sa ordinance.
By his own, Mr. President, he cannot, because it needs an ordinance to increase it, Mr. President.
Mr. President, money in yan eh. I don't think the LGU will object.
That's true, Mr. President.
I mean, kasi ang ginamit natin reason, Mr. President, is parang to protect the real property owner in case of expropriation. But at the same time, pag RPT mo yan, mag-i-increase, Mr. President. So,
I get your point, Mr. President. I see the good point of the
Minority Leader, Mr. President.
Yes, ang gusto ko sabihin, Mr. President, if the real property owner wants to take care of his or her own interest, there is a way, I think, to reflect the true value or the better value of his or her property in the in the tax declaration, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, taxpayer, I don't believe that our taxpayers here will go to their local government units and declare the actual market value. And even though he does, Mr. President, he needs an ordinance to do it. No? Yeah, because
is that the position of the sponsor?
yeah,
You cannot.
because the legal basis for
he's paying already the. His RPT will be affected, di ba, Mr. President?
Yes.
By,
But, Mr. President, the legal basis for the assessor to charge him will be that ordinance, Mr. President. Maybe
kasi parang masyado naman nating binibaby na po ang ating real property owner na hindi, taasan mo yan kasi baka expropriate, malugi ka.
Yeah.
I mean, if they really want to protect their interests, Mr. President, there must be a way other than this bill, Mr. President.
You have to go to court.
Yeah.
Tsaka gano'n ba kadalas po yung expropriation, Mr. President?
Well,
Kailangan apektuhan natin lahat.
That's one example, Mr. President, that is quite glaring because the DPWH and also local government units, when they expropriate, they use the tax declaration, Mr. President. And most often than not, the tax declaration does not reflect the actual market value in that area, Mr. President. But that's only one of the examples. But the other, there are 23 other government agencies doing their own internal valuation, Mr. President. And that's what we want to standardize.
Can we not do it, Mr. President, administratively? Na national government agencies or the other agencies na wag lang yung local government units, Mr. President. Can it not be done administratively?
For BIR, Mr. President, it's in the tax code. But for the other agencies, Mr. President, they will still need the most basic market information, and the local government units are the ones in the best position to determine what is the local prevailing prices in their locality, Mr. President.
Sige, but
Maybe before the minority leader seeks a clear position on that point, baka we can appeal to the gentleman.
yes.
Two gentlemen. Parang tayo na lang naiwan dito sa building.
Opo, Mr. President. Siguro nga, I will appeal to the sponsor if he will also give me time to research on tax declaration, Mr. President. So I will be refreshed. And then, ano ba yung topic natin before we were interrupted by the Senate President?
I think, Mr. President...
Sorry, Mr. Senate President. Malapit na rin po ako mag-dual citizenship.
The valuation of the other agencies, Mr. President. The valuation of the other agencies.
Limutan ko tuloy.
Done by administrative action, Mr. President.
Yes, sige. With that, Mr. President, siguro with the permission of our sponsor, we will pursue this in January, Mr. President. Okay, anyway, Mr. President, nalimutan ko yung next point. Sorry for that, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, gano'n na lang po siguro.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, but at least we have established some points tonight, or concepts tonight, Mr. President. In my opinion, parang nagka-clash, but maybe tingnan natin if it's more imagined than real, Mr. President. But apparently, some concepts clash, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank the good minority leader for sharing his insights, and we'll also do some research on that particular concept. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, my distinguished colleagues. Yes. Actually, to hasten the proceedings, Majority Leader, my closing speech, I can move this up to January and make it the opening speech, reporting the year that has passed. Tama? Para makauwi na tayo maaga. Okay? Okay, very good. Para sa mga staff natin dito. Saan yung Christmas message dito eh? Parang wala eh.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2386. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 187 on Senate Bill number 2514. This bill pertains to the Philippine National Games Act. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2514 under Committee Report number 187 and with the permission of the body, let the Secretary read the title of the measure, Mr. President.
Yes. Thank you very much, my distinguished colleague. There being no objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act expanding and institutionalizing the Philippine National Games and appropriating funds therefore.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize Senator Christopher Bongo, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Sports, to deliver the sponsorship
My
speech.
distinguished colleague, Senator Bongo is recognized.
Mr. President, since it is the opening of the Philippine National Games on Sunday, December 12, 2023, Mr. President, Article 14, Section 19 of the 1987 Constitution mandates the state to promote physical education and encourage sports programs, league competitions, and amateur sports, including training for international competitions to foster self-discipline, teamwork, and excellence for the development of a healthy and alert citizenry. In view of this, the state should endeavor to develop programs and trainings that will encourage its citizens to participate in sports and other physical fitness programs. According to study, 80% agree that exercise and physical fitness help improve mental health. Lalong-lalo na po sa panahon ng pandemya, marami talagang naapektuhan sa mental health at nakakatulong po ang physical fitness, exercise, and sports na to improve our mental health. Mr. President, as chairman of the Committee on Sports and the Committee on Health and Demography, our efforts to promote sports and physical fitness are always anchored on our mission to make our citizens healthy and fit. At the same time, Mr. President, our initiatives are rooted in our endeavor to continue the campaign against illegal drugs. Patuloy ang ating pag-engganyo sa mga kabataan to get into sports and stay away from drugs, and of course, to keep us healthy and fit. Aside from these noble efforts, it is high time that we support a genuine, comprehensive national grassroots sports program which serves as the country's premier national sports competition and venue for the nationwide talent search for identifying and developing outstanding athletes who have the potential to excel in various sports and place the country at the forefront of international sports competitions. Usually po dito nakikita sa grassroots level yung mga potential athletes natin. In the government's pursuit of to execute to execute the constitutional mandate on sports development, former President Fidel Ramos issued Executive Order 163 in 1994, which declared the Philippine National Games as the centerpiece program of the government's national physical fitness and sports development effort. However, Mr. President, the perennial lack of funding in grassroots sports development, including the conduct of Philippine National Games, serves as an impediment for us to achieve the objectives of the executive order. Mr. President, I just want to share that in our proposed budget for 2024, we champion, along with our colleagues led by Finance Chair Senator Angara, additional budget for the Philippine Sports Commission or PSC. Taon-taon, maliit po ang natatanggap na budget ng sports sa National Expenditure Program or NEP. Every year, tayo po ang nagdadagdag ng budget. In fact, under the 2024 NEP, only 174 million was approved by the DBM for PSC, or 0.004 of the 5.768 trillion national budget. Bagamat may executive order po sa Philippine National Games at may programa para dito, ang PSC, hindi pa rin ito sinasama sa NEP at tayo po ang nagdadagdag ng pondo para dito, Mr. President. We want to address this through our proposed measure. It is therefore my honor, Mr. President, to present to you and sponsor Senate Bill 2514 under Committee Report number 187, which will institutionalize the Philippine National Games. Along with this representation, we have also the privilege of having Senate President Migs Subiri and Majority Floor Leader Senator Joel Villanueva as authors of this measure. This bill aims to provide a structure for a truly integrated and comprehensive national sports program linking grassroots sports promotion to elite sports development and encourage all local government units to promote the development of sports in the countryside, covering all barangays, towns, municipalities, cities, and provinces. The Philippine National Games, or PNG, will also harness the vast potential of Filipinos in discovering and development potential athletes in various sports who could form part of our national pool of athletes and excel in international sports competition. The bill also encourages and assists various national sports associations in promoting their respective sports at the grassroots level, providing the necessary linkages with local government units. Under this bill, the PNG shall be composed of a competition on sports for regular athletes and a competition on sports designed for para-athletes or those athletes with disabilities. It shall be held once every 2 years and shall be participated in by athletes and para-athletes from different provinces, highly urbanized cities, and independent component cities of the country. Provinces, in collaboration with component cities and municipalities under their jurisdiction, may form and send their delegations to the qualifying competitions and thereafter to the national championship competition of the PNG. The sporting events that will be competed in at the PNG shall be determined by the PNG Coordinating Committee and should be aligned with the sporting events participated in by the Philippines in international sports competitions. The PNG Coordinating Committee, which is chaired by the PSC and co-chaired by the Department of Interior and Local Government, shall formulate plans, policies, and guidelines that shall govern the conduct of the PNG, including the selection of the host and schedule of the PNG and the promotion of the PNG to ensure multi-sectoral support. Lastly, Mr. President, we included an appropriations provision which states that the amount necessary for the implementation of the PNG shall be included in the budget of the Philippine Sports Commission in the annual General Appropriations Act. We hope that this will be an assurance that the PNG will be supported by the government even at the budget preparation level. Dapat po may pondo po ito at hindi lang po umasa sa Kongreso yung paglalaan po ng pondo sa mga PNG. Mr. President, dear colleagues, maganda pong maisabatas na ito para magkaroon tayo ng kompetisyon na magiging plataforma ng aspiring national athletes at masiguro natin ang pagbibigay ng priority ng gobyerno sa kompetisyon na ito. With this proposed measure, the focus on strengthening grassroots sports program, improving physical education, and nurturing youth who may bring honor to the nation can be further realized. May papakita po natin ang ating dedikasyon at pagtutok sa pagbuo ng mas magandang kinabukasan para sa ating mga kabataan. It is for this reason that I seek this chamber's support for the passage of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President, and I hope our Senate President is also very supportive of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, absolutely, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
To also, just not to prolong matters, my co-sponsorship speech, Majority Leader, will just insert it to the records.
Yes, Mr. President, together with this representation and I believe Senator Estrada, Mr. President.
Yes,
inserted
and
into the record.
since that being the last item on the agenda, there's an unwritten rule when you're about to celebrate Christmas, the Christmas break, that the one who has the last item on the agenda must add to the raffle prizes tonight
Yes.
during the Christmas party. Yes. He's nodding, he's approving.
He's asking, name your price, Mr. President. He said, name your price. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2514. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. And just for the record, I'll no longer deliver my closing remarks. We'll just do it during the opening day. And
Then I will do mine, Mr. President. I'm just kidding,
we
Mr.
can
President.
do it on the opening day on January 22. So,
Yeah, Mr. President, may I move that we dispense with the reading of the journals of the 37th session, Monday, December 11, 2023, and 38th session, Tuesday, December 12, 2023, and consider the same as approved. So move, Mr.
there
President.
being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I'm still waiting for your Christmas message, Mr. President, but, oh, Mr. President, I'm sorry.
Yes. Well, definitely we need to have one photo for 2023 with the staff before we proceed to the Christmas party. My only wish for all of you is that you stay healthy, safe, with in the loving arms of your family, and of course, protection from our Lord above. Lord above.
Mr. President, before we adjourn, may I remind our colleagues that there is a standing resolution, resolution number 21, entitled Resolution Authorizing All Regular Standing Committees, Oversight Committees, and Special Committees of the Senate to conduct hearing, meetings, and consultations during every recess of the Senate to have continuity in the process of passing pending proposed legislations and to conduct investigations on issues of national interest to aid in crafting relevant legislation. With that, Mr. President, I move to adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, January 22, 2024. So move, Mr. President.
Before I adjourn for our month-long break, I just want to take this opportunity to thank everyone. Just a quick thank you to the members of the Senate. First of all, our majority floor leader for such hard work and dedication you've given this last year, 2023. We've done a tremendous job, and when we come back, I'll mention all the bills that we had passed. Of course, the Senate President pro tempore also, thank you very much. You did a wonderful job as well during the APPF. To all the leadership, our majority floor leader, deputy majority floor leader, J.V. Ercito, hardworking, and our deputy majority floor leader, Mark Villar, who's already partying, I'm sure, in the party. Nauna na si Mark Villar sa party. Of course, we'd like to recognize our distinguished minority floor leader. Sir, thank you so much. Together with your deputy minority floor leader, Rizon Tiveros, for such a wonderful job. Never were you obstructionists. You were always helping us improve the measures. And I think that's a great partnership we have with the minority. Together with members of the Senate, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Alan Cayetano, Senator Pia Cayetano, who's here, who can outrun all of us. I guarantee you can, ma'am. I'm sure. Senator Bato de la Rosa, who did a wonderful job today as well. Senator Chis Escudero, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, who had a nice Peace on Earth duet with his brother JV last night. Senator Win Gatchalian, Senator Bongo, Senator Lito Lapid, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Senator Grace Poe, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr., and Senator Francis Tolentino, together with Senator Rafi Tulfo and Senator Cynthia Villar. We could not have done all this work without all your support, all of your chairmen of your respective committees, as well as our Senate Secretariat. Palakpakan naman natin ang Senate Secretariat. Napakagaling po ninyo. We could not have done this, of course, headed by Secretary Ray Bantug, and all the staff of the senators who did a wonderful job. So I just want to thank all of you for all the hard work and dedication. You've made the Senate very relevant in this time of need by our people. And also, I'd like to mention that I think this year we've had record-breaking Senate performance in almost all surveys that are being commissioned. So, job well done, everyone. So with that, there being no other matters to discuss for this year, again, I wish you all a safe, wonderful, and happy Christmas with your family. Don't forget that we're celebrating the birthday of our Lord Jesus Christ. Sometimes we forget. We only wait for the gifts, and we only wait for the parties and the happy times. Let's just remember that it's the Lord Christ's birthday. So, the risen Lord. There being no other items to discuss, there being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Monday, January 22, 2024. Yay! Have a wonderful season, everyone.
Mabuhay si